need the pants on. Oh, there we go.
Got it.
It's preparing. Hold on. I don't. It says it's live stream, but it's still setting up the meeting on YouTube for live.
You guys sure we don't need pants?
It depends if you stand up.
Canadians don't need pants. Wow.
Okay, it's live, and it's only doing. It's not doing gallery view. It's doing speaker view.
Is that, well, you kind of have it in that. So wait, if I change it, does that change?
I don't think it does. I don't know. You can play with it. This is.
I just did.
It's not a
Did it
beautiful
change?
thing with.
I'm in gallery view.
Oh, okay. Hey, it worked.
All right.
Sweet.
Solving problems left and right here, folks.
All right, awesome. And it's
Send
only
them in, send them up.
cameras turned on. So camera turned on, that's what shows up. So yeah, this is live streaming to the Helios YouTube. What are we doing here, Dom?
What up, Helios fam? We're gonna elect a whole new batch of delegates and chief delegates, and it's gonna be delegates everywhere for our third official Eden election, correct? That's where we're at. Yep.
Number 3. Yep.
And we're rolling. You know, we're getting a lot happening. There's some spirited discussions and debates about certain things, but that's why we do this. And so we're gonna see which kind of platforms and ideas are, you know, going to kind of bubble up to the top here in this election and carry forward. So it's pretty exciting. You get
we should point out that this was a big feat to get us here, because the current CDs within a week have basically received the account permissions to make the contract changes, to update the date, so it was today versus 3 months from today, and still managed to notify enough members to get 88 people to sign up in a week. It's pretty awesome. So hats off to current CDs, who we've got Chuck on as one of them so far. Great job.
Great job, sir.
I'm not going to take it back because that would need pants.
True. But this is your chance to say some great words of wisdom, Chuck.
I think we on another note, we need to do a better job trying to get the word out that, you know, 24 hours prior to the election is the deadline. So I think we had a lot of people thinking they could just sign, you know, as long as they signed up, like right up until right now, they'd be fine. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting a customer service call. I understand. Oh, he's good.
I hope everybody watched Eve's interview this week. I don't know who it was with. What was that? The investment guy or CIO of some place. Nice guy. But you know, it seemed just like a typical Ethereum / Bitcoin centric outfit who was interested in just some information about EOS, and Eve had an interview with them and mentioned Eden at the 5-minute mark, and it was pretty cool to be listed on the, you know, the list of the top assets of a major blockchain. And I mean, whatever anybody says, EOS is very much still a major blockchain, and I think we're gonna see crazy stuff happen this year. And I know we've all been saying that for 3 years, but we're gonna see some crazy stuff happening this year. But
I know my interactions with Eve have been entirely consistent in that he is very, very supportive of what we're doing here. There's no doubt. And Yeah. Oh, by the way, so Eve was planning to actually sit in this room for most of today. He was hoping to do that, but there's been a major internet outage in I don't know the scope of the outage, but definitely in Southern Ontario, which Eve is a part of. So he said he may not be able to actually hop on here. He may still try to, but I imagine he didn't say for me to say this, but I'm going to assume he wishes us all well in light of whatever he said in that interview, which I haven't seen yet.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like they're installing Skynet or something in Canada this weekend. I don't know what they're doing, but it's everybody's out. I had full outage on Thursday, I guess it was, like right after our last chief delegate meeting. Like everything just went. Couldn't figure out anything, and then yesterday it was Ontario and Quebec's turn, and all the bank machines were down for the entire country. And that's why I tweeted last night, EOS would still work as a point of sale right now. Just need people adopting it. It would work like a charm.
Would it though? You'd need an internet connection.
No, yeah, it was the debit machines themselves that were down cross country.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I could actually go in and use a credit card, but everybody who was using a Visa debit or cash machine or anything like that, that was down. I mean, that was my experience for yesterday down here in Nova Scotia, but cross country, there was major internet outage, like full bore, but some people still had data on their phones and stuff, but it wasn't. Yeah, anyway.
Well, but would you, Chris, think about it? You wouldn't necessarily require internet. You could go peer to peer with your phone to the vendor, and then they could settle later.
Somehow, yeah.
Well, you can.
Yeah,
we kind of forget that, but that's
Couldn't
how
they
we did
double
it
spend
back in the day with Bitcoin. Like you,
Yep.
You could just send it to each other, and then you just had to wait for the chain would update eventually.
Wouldn't that be like a double spend risk though? If I go to one vendor, spend, I go back onto the network, or if no, because I don't know.
Well, as long as there was a timestamp of some kind, once it went to reconcile, the whichever was ahead would be the one that
probably once that becomes a big deal. Once we have outages all the time, somebody's going to write that and make sure that everybody has it.
Mark, good to see you here. We had Jesse from the EOSBs on the live stream from Helios yesterday, kind of preparing for this, and he mentioned the great progress you guys have made with your Twitter NFT badge NFTs, basically in interacting with the Twitter platform. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Cool.
Yeah, it sounds like a killer system. The way in which it can determine, your contributions and kind of great influencers, and that's awesome.
Yeah, he's got about 8 different levels of contributors that get different levels depending upon how they interact and things like that.
That's great.
Pretty cool.
I think
I liked how we really simplified the messages too. Just have one message, and then you go to our website, and then you see all the information, because we wanted to make sure it was transparent that they're getting paid for that activity, but messaging every single person could get you banned on Twitter or something like that, or limited. So we just do one message at the beginning, and then we also have it so that at the end it's possible that some tips could be missed or something, so we have it clean up at the end and look at the chain or the data, and anyone that missed one will get their right amount based on their level.
Yeah, I like the sort of granularity of it, right? The way in which we're progressively getting more and more accurate as to how we assess, right, outcomes and then payments. And I think that's what we've all kind of known that this technology was going to allow for this kind of granularity, right? Micropayments, and because with marketing, I mean, as someone who's just run businesses forever, it always still kind of feels like voodoo. As much information as we do get now and feedback, it's still like, well, is that spend really worth it? Did it lead to more business, and how much? So these types of things, I don't know. I like them because I can see that as a kind of a business person going, I could dig that. That's really measurable.
Does anyone else remember in the early internet days where there was a reporter who said he was going to live off the internet for 30 days or something like that? And he, kind of like sequestered himself and, had the videos and everything going. He had to buy everything on the internet. Nowadays, it seems like, of course, you just
Right.
buy Uber Eats and then you get all your food there.
Who does it any other way?
Back then, I didn't think he was going to make it. The internet, there was hardly anything you could do on it, So definitely feels even earlier than those days. Like, could anyone like live off EOS, like buy your food, buy your food, pay your rent, these things?
That
It'd
could be a cool experiment. Yeah.
Well, we're not there. We're not ready yet, I don't think.
No, we probably aren't, but actually be an interesting way to test for
Felix,
practicality, right? For someone to
when
do
that
that.
guy dies.
Well, like, let's face it, you obviously, if you can't get something, you sort of break and you do it the regular way.
Mhm.
But then you note that and be like, well, here's where it happened. By day 10, I couldn't do X, or, I never was able to pull that off, or, and it would be a neat, like, I don't know, it'd be an interesting test to me for us to look at and go, okay, well, this is some of the things we need to really build, because these are just practical elements,
Felix experimented with that. He did. He's got a YouTube video up where he went from, I forget the destination, but it was across a reasonable stretch of distance.
Oh, yeah.
And he had to like go to gas stations and like walk up to people. Hey, can you pay for my gas? And I'll give you EOS. And he said, and there's like, and he kept asking random people, and eventually he got it to work. And he found somebody with a Coinbase account, and he would like send EOS to their Coinbase account, and they pay for his gas. And so, I mean, that's kind of how you do it, I guess, right? Just
yeah. That's cool. I've forgotten he'd done that. That's
Not ideal.
That's a cool concept.
I have to check out that video.
I'm all for road trips. I put in a grant to the ENF to drive across the US and Canada and North America in the EOS van.
Yeah, do a Pomelo grant
And I'll beg people to buy things for me, and I send EOS to them. Well, so far I think we're looking good. Does anybody have any questions specific to the election? Like, I'm wondering about this, or I can't do that, or
Lenny's hand was up for a second there. You got something?
oh, okay, yeah, Lenny.
I just wanted to add on old times internet and similar. I lived 35 years in the Southwest Pacific, and thanks to cable and wireless satellites and CompuServe, that was a savior running a business down there at all, because nearest hardware store was Australia, New Zealand, America. So when you live in the middle of the ocean, internet played one heck of an important role already from the early 90s and similar. It went very fast. You wouldn't have been able to develop things. Just as a comment on it, because I depended on it for my life, more or less.
Yeah. No, that's cool. Yeah, it's enabled so much. But I know that from looking into the unbanked issue that we have globally, that's the hidden ingredient that when we really solve that, there's so many places where the internet's there and will enable things, Lenny, like you're saying, where people can start companies and they can do content, they can do all kinds of stuff, but we take it for granted, like they can't get paid. The viral YouTube video means nothing to them because they can't get a PayPal account, or they can't get, there's no way for them to monetize it. And it seems so simple and so dumb in 2022. Like, are you kidding me? Like, they just can't get a bank account of some kind. Like, what are you talking about? But you can't.
Well, I don't know how many people getting EOSB's payouts are quote unbanked, but they
Sure.
definitely could be.
Right. Yeah. There's a big opportunity there. And one of the big deterrents tends to be the compliance burdens because they're crazy, and if you're doing the traditional finance, it's KYC and it's transaction monitoring and it's all this stuff. But I go back to this story that just blew my mind when I first heard it. But PayPal, right? When they started out, they back then you could get there was a designation. It was a Singapore SVF, stored value facility. And it was this designation out of Singapore that basically gave you the ability to issue debit cards, but only up to a certain amount. I believe it was like $500 was the maximum deposit you could have on hand for each user. But you didn't have to do KYC even for this. And so I think the thinking back then and when this originated was, well, this will make it so that people can handle like small gift card type things and, for businesses and not have to go crazy and go all the way to, banking, if you will, right? The stored value facility couldn't issue loans, couldn't do any of that. It could only just basically process payments. Well, that's the only corporate entity that PayPal opened up and through going public to the tune of billions of dollars, right? And that might sound like, okay, well, Dom, why does that matter? Well, because you're supposed to have a money services business license in all 50 states in America, for example, before you could issue payments. You're supposed to have European licenses before you can issue they did this all with this like cheap little like license that, I mean, you could get in a couple months and a couple $1,000. Like it was nothing. And then when the regulators finally realized this, all they said was, well, you have 6 months to get compliant. That's it. Well, by then they were a multi-billion-dollar company. No shit. They hired lawyers. They got the 50 MSBs and so on and so forth. So I say that because why not just go ahead and develop a global payments network? Go for it. Start helping these folks out. Just grow super damn fast. And then you'll have the money to backfill. I mean, really. And I think the other thing about regulators that people don't realize is that regulators in these scenarios are going to wreck you if you have malicious intent, no doubt. But if what you can show is that you were trying to adhere to the general guidelines, you're not stealing from people at all. You're not, everything's sort of above board. You just didn't have quite the right paperwork. They don't necessarily come and just, eliminate you and put you in jail. They want to work with you and get you compliant typically. So, I don't know. I just wonder sometimes like the sort of PayPal model, like let's just go big with some crypto payments network and, see what happens.
I have a funny story way back when out in Seattle, there was a little conference and this excited guy, he's like, our age back then was what, 30s or early 20s or something like that. He's like, hey, can I give you a PayPal dollar? Can I give you a PayPal dollar? I'm like, what the hell is a PayPal dollar? I don't know if I want one. Anyways, he said it turned out to be Peter Thiel. And he squirted me a PayPal dollar. I think it was kind of, now that I think about it, it was like an early blockchain thing, not blockchain, but crypto kind of thing that he had going. But I don't think that ever kind of went in that manner. They kind of just stuck with the US dollars in the end. But I must have that PayPal dollar somewhere in some device. Need to find it.
That's a hell of an NFT, maybe.
Yeah.
You convert that like PayPal dollar from Peter Thiel. All right. I don't know. Looks like that got handled. Chuck, were you able to add He's added. Get these folks in. Sure, everybody's ready to go.
Yep. One more user added. You can't find his password in the election interface, but
Did he sign up ahead of time?
he signed up. He says he is actually, it says you are not a member, but you are participating in the election.
Okay.
So
That's a new one.
Yeah.
I remember the election password coming up when I first signed on the very first time. As some kind of like as part of that initial process, but who knows? That could just be a hallucination. Probably a hallucination. All it ends well. How many folks are we up to? 35. All right, that's pretty good. We have our engineer is lurking and ready to go with the commands for smart contracts. So that's good. I'm gonna say for this time period too, just in the and nobody's even come close to trying to violate this or anything, but talking here all you want, but let's not have any campaigning, if you will, at this stage. It's not what it's for, and there wouldn't be enough time for everybody who might want to have a say. So feel free to discuss the world, but don't try to sell me on your campaign, you crooked politician.
If anyone was going to campaign, this is it, because you've got all the ears looking at you. So, hey, by the way, you should.
I know. That's why I'm kind of. I don't think it's appropriate. It's a little.
Can I practice my pitch? Anyone mind? Okay, here we go.
So if we have that happen, this hour before is going to be hell in the future. It's going to be a million people in here. Like,
well, could you imagine this is 10,000 people? Like we were talking yesterday on that live stream about when we get to 10,000 and then sort of what happens then. It's like, well, we're miles away from there, first of all. So let's not worry about it. But this would be an interesting experience to have. Can you have 10,000 people in a Zoom room?
If you expand your account enough.
Money paves the way.
Yep. Tony Robbins, actually, you can thank him for some of that. Because when the pandemic hit, he was like, okay, can't do in-person events. And whatever you think of the guy, whatever. I'm not really advocating for any of that. I'm just saying he's a super business dude. And he was like, well, hi, Zoom. You want my business? This is what I need. And he talked to a few of the different providers, and Zoom was like, sure. And so they had to expand their technology so that he could have like well over 100,000 and all this crazy stuff. And so they definitely pushed up their game with that. But yeah, I think it gets expensive. I mean, I paid for the add-on just in case, which is just over 100. If you're not aware of that, even with a paid account, your max in a single room is 100. And it was $50. And you can do it a month at a time, which is kind of cool if you only needed a single event. But that only got me up to 300. I was like, well, damn. How do you pay for?
Yeah. Good comment here from Lovejoy in the chat. I said he's still getting set up here. It might be a good time to remind folks to ensure they're logged into the member portal, Telegram room open, and any other details of what to expect when things get rolling. I'm not sure how many first-time participants we have here.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
yeah, I'm actually chatting with one person here trying to get him, and it's the whole idea of like what the wallet does, and like it's where's the link in my wallet? I'm like, well, no, your wallet won't have a link. Your wallet's just an authenticator. The link is going to be on the website, but you need to use your wallet to authenticate your access to the website.
Yes. and need to be prepared with the Zoom account too. Once the meeting starts, especially if you're planning on running, you're going to need to record it and upload it. There's that little was it kind of like the race to whoever gets it going first kind of thing, and then it chooses that. How many people are so far in here? Is this their first election? I want to do like a raise hand. You don't necessarily have to come on, but you can. Clear. Does anybody else know how many other Eden elections have there been so far? Chinese language and I think Spanish language and Korean, right? And there's at least those three. How many have been run? Does anybody know?
I think China just finished their second mock election.
Okay.
Might be wrong about that. Probably am. But they're intimately acquainted with the code, let's say, and they're
Right.
it's from what Gracie has said, Gracie Lau. They're tailoring the process to actually help individual like Eden as a service. So I don't know exactly what it looks like, but they posted. Gracie shared and Pong whatever shared what their interface looks like in Chinese. I couldn't get very far in it, but they're using it. It's live. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I'd add to that. Hey, how's everyone doing today? Good morning and good afternoon, good evening. They've iterated several times with the Eden software and Eden CN and run, I think, 2 official mock, but they've run several different tests in a test net and local environment. So they've iterated plenty of times with this. I'm not too familiar with the Korean community and what they've done, but it's great to see how open source software just gets implemented in ways we never imagined. So it's very likely that other communities are using it, rebranding it, using it for a different process, and hopefully successfully.
That's what I said. I dropped in the chat there a link to a nice article from support. Might be good to have handy as just something you can look to and refer to. And we'll be building on that substantially after this election and working really hard on getting the documentation as up to speed and effective and comprehensive as possibly can.
Hey, June, I see in the chat there that you're asking about the loader time. Just make sure you're using it on a desktop. Mobile, we haven't gotten around to trimming some of the database, so it could take longer to mobile. So try and use this today on a desktop if possible. And if it's still kind of hanging up, just give some time or close and open your browser again. But it does have to load a lot of information, so just give it some time. It should work.
I hope everyone here has access to the Telegram channel, Eden members Telegram channel, but in that right now, they're talking about the election password and it's got an image of what it looks like, big orange bar at the top of your election screen. Check it out.
Where are they? No.
Well, I will say, if anything, it's really nice to see so many familiar faces just from the EOS community from the beginning, get together for this today. So at least it's putting a smile on my face to see a lot of people I haven't seen around. Hey, Luke. Hey, Han. How you guys doing? Chris, of course, Mac Cho. Just a lot of people here. Hey, Torben.
I didn't see Luke sneak in the back door over there.
Yeah, June.
Yeah, Luke's a
Jesse.
sneaking.
Of course, Lovejoy. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening to all of you. Patrick, Waxham, Chris. But and the ones I haven't met yet or had the pleasure to, it's just really nice to have this. I'm really glad that we, we're able to ratify the more frequent elections. I think the more that we iterate, the more we're going to learn, and that's what this process is all about. I will say it was very stressful, and it's very fulfilling to know that we're all here and we're doing this and it's working. Because with software, it's unpredictable, right? Even simple changes sometimes can break things. There's certain dependencies that don't work. So every time that this happens and happens successfully is a win for sure. So just again, appreciate people taking time off their weekend, their nights to be here and really help us continue to push this through. It's a really unique experience.
I completely agree. If I could second that, it's fun to see people actually in it for the technology. The people, we always joke about this, but the people that are in EOS have been in it for larger reasons than just make number go up. And it is very encouraging to see a number of familiar faces still in it for the tech, in it for the potential for new governance systems to upgrade a world we all want to live in. Very encouraging. And I know there's so many of you that have been putting in so many hours behind the scenes, kind of thanklessly, because people are in other communities often chasing the next, staking pool, Ponzi-esque, whatever. And yet here we are just actually building stuff that works. And even though I've been hanging out with family and studying consciousness and doing other things, working with Theo and things like that, it's just so encouraging to know that there's still a group of people here that care about EOS and are working every day on it. It's like I say often, the number one risk of any DAO is apathy. It's just a group of people that just don't care enough to put in the work and show up. And this call is an example of people who aren't suffering from that. So thank you all.
Yeah, here. Cheers. In it for the tech. Or the promises of riches. Maybe both.
Well, that too, right? We're actually long-term investors, right? Isn't that what we tell ourselves?
Yeah. To your point, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, why don't people just admit that's part of the equation? It's okay. You're here to try to, grow your wealth and your income and your resources and hopefully do some good along the way. They're not mutually exclusive.
Sure.
Oh. What's going on? Stragglers. Pardon me while I get my horse and rope. folks that are, I think, newer members and haven't been added to the Telegram channel. Yeah, so, and appreciate everybody helping out. It can be difficult to wrangle through all the possible ways in which people start asking questions at this time. So thank you. Okay, problem solved. 8:40. Here we go. So 20 minutes. Everything seems all quiet on the Western Front. We're 45, all right. Technically, about another 42 or 3.
Is this officially our ceremony, our opening ceremony?
Yeah, I mean, I could do a little dance, but I don't think it's gonna be great. I could do that. I try opening, Eden dance. I have to adjust my camera, I think.
I'm just asking Chris where the tunes are, right?
Yeah, don't we need like some patriotic song? Like we got our patriotic Zoom background. So, some type of community song.
Yeah. We do probably need a community song though, thinking of it. That'd be cool. Because we can't really use like patriotic per se, because everybody's from all over the world, which is awesome. I always think about that too, right? How many meetings of people that are not, attending the UN or something, like how many different countries and cultures are represented, right? A lot. Even right here, it's probably at least over 10, I'm betting. It's pretty cool. I was talking to a friend of mine about the video conferencing and all that stuff, and we had in 2012 started this idea of doing like online kind of like groups with video, and 10 years ago, but back then, it was considered, crazy to most, and we had such a hard time getting people just onboarded to just do this. And we were using Adobe, and it was $180 a month to have one room, like this, and it was completely different problems all the time with bandwidth. If you weren't like hardwired to your desktop, it was just hopeless. And now it's just nothing.
I like to think back to when I was a kid, and video calls were like this super futuristic, amazing thing. Like Star Trek didn't even have video calls. They just had the telecommunicator, they just had the communicator. The idea that you could do a video call, that's just beyond technology confused with magic, and here we are, a video call with 46 people. Pretty cool.
Yeah, no, you're right. Star Trek they didn't even have FaceTime. What's the matter with those? No vision.
I'm curious where people are while we're just sitting here chilling. I'm actually in a hammock in Puerto Rico where I live, and I'm actually in the living room because we have some relatives staying with us, and my office has been taken over to bed humans. But I'm just kind of curious what other countries we have. So we got Puerto Rico, obviously we got people in the US. Who else is here from where?
Sweden, West Coast, Trollhättan, North Europe.
Okay.
Germany.
Okay.
New York.
Seattle.
Canada.
Rainforest.
Nice. Yeah, Dwayne in the rainforest. That's what I'm talking about.
And we're spanning all kinds of habitats. So maybe in lieu of not, I don't know, having like a super official opening ceremony, we do have our chief delegates here. Maybe you guys, if you want to, I don't know, have any kind of closing thoughts to the last 3 months without, campaigning without stumping. Just, what are your thoughts and experience on the last 3 months?
Yeah, I think that's a good use of the 15 minutes here before the first round. I see Chuck here, Brock. Welcome, Brock. Not sure if Michael has joined or Gracie, but I'll start with some reflections. I'm not as inspirational as Michael, and if you haven't seen his closing remarks and his prepared declaration, I'd go check that out. It's pretty inspiring. But I'll start. I think the first thing that I think I've taken out of these last 3 months is something that I will have for the rest of my life, which is a very, very now close relationship. Sorry for my daughter here in the back. With Chuck, with Brock, with Gracie, and with Michael. So if this experience does anything, it really solidifies a bond that's a common experience, a common struggle, and a common goal. And that's one of the biggest things that I've taken out of these 3 months. And no matter what the outcome is of today or this experiment generally, is something that I'm always going to have. So I appreciate it, and I'm thankful for the people before us that built this, and for those people that are that were with me during these 3 months. Come on, baby girl. Sorry about that. The other thing I'll take is it's hard. It's hard to do things new. It's hard to do things change that change the paradigm. And it really, you need the support of everybody in the community behind you to do that. Mistakes will be made. There will be victories, and we will celebrate those mistakes, and we'll celebrate those victories, but we'll celebrate them together. And I think that's another big lesson learned here. I think it's great that we're iterating on the election process. That's the biggest thing we have, right? That's what the tech allows us to do. But we also need to be wary, because this is early code, right? I mean, it's great. It's the idea, the architecture, the design, the psychology built into it is amazing. But it is early code. And I think the Go Fractally team are the first ones to tell you that. So we must be careful with any changes that we make to it, and make sure that is the right cost benefit, and that we get the most amount of value by either proposing, changing, and ratifying a bylaw that then changes the code, because we risk, some unintended consequences. And that's something that I learned as well. This is early code. We need to be careful. We need to steward it, and we need to improve upon it. But we want to make sure that we're doing that in a way that's methodical, and that it's worth doing. So that's the other thing that I learned. This is early code, and we need to be careful with the changes that we make with it. And finally, the idea of the vision of what Eden could be, and what it should be, or what I think it should be, or what someone else thinks it could be, I don't think needs to be mutually exclusive, right? If you've got a vision for Eden of, well, this is a governance layer for EOS, or it's a worker proposal system, or it's a way of distributing funds, or it's a way that for blockchain-based election system, right, or selection system. Or it's a community organizer, or it's a DAO or DAC, right? DAC software, DAO software. It can be all of those things. And that's the greatest part of it, right? I don't think if the election process is successful, and the CDs elected are the ones putting the community's path and vision into play, then all those things can happen, right? And one of the biggest things is, what is the founder's intent, or the founder vision, or of the first peace treaty, and the first kind of talks with Dan, and talks with the team that built it, Clarios Fractally. And there's a lot there. And the biggest things that I take out of those initial conversations, and the foundation of Eden now, is that it's flexible, that none of it is hard-coded in stone, right? That this is an experiment, that this needs to be iterated on, and that it is, none of it is gospel. It's all where the community wants to take it. And that's the biggest thing, right? It's a living document. It says it itself. It's always in flux and always trying to become better, right? To improve on itself. So those are my final thoughts of what I thought, what I've learned these last 3 months. What I'm taking away, obviously, are the relationships in those learnings, if you will, and hopefully those mistakes and those things that we learn don't have to be repeated. We can transfer that, and that's part of that continuity. So the next set of CDs that we elect today, please lean on the previous ones, whether you know them or not. We're all very, very open to helping and to make sure that what we did wrong and what we did right is communicated, documented, and then transferred on, because that's how this continues to improve and exist. So Thank you very much for the trust in everybody for the last 3 months. And I'm sure we're gonna have a great election today, and we'll have a great set of CDs. Thank you.
Thanks, Edgar. We got about 10 minutes. Anybody else?
I'll just pick up on that. If we've learned anything, if Eden is blank, Eden is whatever. I think when I was coming in, I at the post-election wrap-up meeting last 3 months ago, I said Eden is just raw potential, and it's still a lot of potential, but now I've come to a clearer definition. Eden is incomplete, and it needs us to build it. And when we need to find out, it's not one thing, that's for sure. And we're seeing all sorts of, if you think about all the potential and all the different facets that there are on EOS as a blockchain, and just on society in general, there are people with different tasks. I mean, people with different skills, people with different talents, and we can all come together and do our own thing and work together on this. And I love the direction that Eden is going in with trying to help people realize the place for their talents. I'm done.
Thanks, Chuck.
I'll jump in and add to this. I ran in this last election cycle really just to get a sense of where Eden was. I understood its potential to improve upon governance for layer 1 chains and EOS in particular. And it was much more raw than I anticipated. I think for anybody that's been watching, we as new chief delegates spent really the first month just trying to get a handle on what's there, call it inheriting baggage, which there always is as the new group coming in from the last group, and trying to get organized. And what's that transition of power, if power is the right term, that transfer of governance and that handoff, and how do we make that as efficient as possible so that the new chief delegates can step in and have output. Hopefully we've done that and advanced on those things. And then how does this organization evolve? How does it grow? And with just a revolving door of chief delegates, it was clear that wasn't going to allow the evolution of this organization or this governance to occur in a timely manner. I think the implementation of circles and working groups is a transformative thing that came out of this term of delegates. And that hopefully positions the organization to evolve rapidly. It's again through a raw constitution, each set of delegates coming in and figuring out and defining what this organization is. And so it was a wonderful experience to work with each of the other delegates and to have a hand in evolving governance for this organization, and through this potentially much more in the world. And so it's been a wonderful experience. Grateful for the opportunity to serve the Eden and EOS community, and really excited to be here. Just getting this election to happen today, was not a guaranteed thing. The other delegates worked very hard to make that happen. But here we are, everything on time and as committed.
Thanks, Brock. We finally get, Michael, do you want to say something? He's finding his way around, and then he might be.
Well, while we wait for Michael, I'll just say one big thing is we now have secured the keys to our future, right? I mean, the Genesis.Eden account, the Eden namespace, that is huge. I don't know how many members knew that. I mean, that we were not, even the CDs previously were not in control of the smart contract. We're not in control of our namespace, the ability to create accounts, the ability to make changes. It was all in verbal commitments, right? Now it can be on chain, and that's huge. Brock mentioned that as the Eden Independence Day, right, on June 30th, when we were able to secure that. That was also not a guarantee and not a given the circumstances and context. So that is a huge win for us. And I think, it adds more responsibility, but obviously increases the opportunity of what we can do here. So I think that's a great accomplishment.
Yeah, to my fellow delegates, obviously, I think we would have liked to have accomplished more during our term, but job well done. Very proud of the work that we all did, and we advanced this organization substantially during our very short 3-month term. And if every group that gets elected after us accomplishes a similar amount, this organization will, this system of governance will be, in a wonderful place within a couple of terms.
Yeah, real quick, commenting on the recording. This is the live stream, the general room, but you will be using one of the Zooms from whomever's in your actual room during the election round, and they'll be recording for you. So that's kind of how it works.
And ask for recording permissions. Everybody should become a co-host of the room once you get into it, so that everybody can record.
Yeah. And so it's kind of part of the little initial setup when you guys get into your rooms. Because remember that, if you're the elected delegate, you're going to need to upload that recording.
Marty sounds pumped. He's barking like a dog.
Few minutes here, 3 minutes.
Oopsie. Hey, everyone.
Hey, everyone, what's up?
Hey.
Turn on.
66 participants.
Yay.
All right. Well, we're over the threshold at least. I think people forget the minimum's supposed to be 64.
Satanic portal now.
Right? If we don't get at least 64, I think we don't reach the minimum.
Or desire optimal minimum to have 6 chief delegates, right? Is that
No?
or
That would lead to 4. But it's the rooms
4.
of 4. Yeah. I'm sure we could figure it out, but it's always good when that happens. Also, another note, though, that just because you see so many people signed up, we don't get everybody. We just don't. So you can't necessarily count on that completely.
So we got the countdown. We're going to get split off into rooms in a minute. And then there's 10 minutes of get acclimatized. And then the meeting starts. Is that correct?
Yeah, 40 minutes. And it's a hard stop, folks. You can't just extend it and, because everything's going to keep moving. We keep the smart contract moving, and we have our technical assistant in the background that I'm working with to make sure those calls happen. And then we move into you get 10 minutes after that to kind of get your votes in and finish off the round, and then right back to it for folks who were elected in round one, and you get randomized again and then put in your rooms. So if you have any issues, we're going to be here. You know, this is the, you know, your kind of, you know, customer support room, if you will. And yeah.
Round one start.
Reach out. Yep. So we should be making a.
All right. Best of luck to everybody today.
Yeah. Good luck, all.
Thanks, Tom.
Of course.
Thanks all chief delegates for your diligent and amazing service as delegates to on this term.
Yeah, good work all.
Hi everyone, good luck. Have a great round, and just try and convince everyone how incredible you are. It's really good fun to be a delegate. I really highly recommend it. Yeah, so I just look forward to seeing you all in there. Good luck, everyone.
Oh, that WASM error, we've known about that. It's to be ignored, is my understanding.
My election, like the web page crashed, and now it's just the spinner loading.
Same here.
Me
Yep.
too.
Yeah, same
Yeah,
here.
unexpected error
Same here.
has occurred.
Reload it. And now it's just a spinner. Yep.
Now I know it. It's called the contract action. Any insights here, Edgar?
We got Brandon in the house, maybe.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm here. But
Oh, Brandon.
you think I'm some kind of wizard? I can just wait for you.
Yeah, he's
Sorry, Lottery. I was meaning the Fancher Brandon.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
yeah.
he's on vacation.
It says election in progress.
All right,
That
there we
said
go.
that-
There you go. Just let me in.
I
So,
think it just needed time.
yep, there we go. So it says round one starts at 9, 45,
Right.
44, 42.
Okay, I got my breakout room members, but I haven't got the Zoom thing.
You don't. You have to do the Zoom. You
All
guys
right.
provide the Zoom.
No, I
we
don't.
provide the Zoom.
It breaks out a room though, doesn't it?
To
Oh, okay.
sign
Yeah,
in
yeah,
with
yeah.
Zoom.
Yes, that's correct. And then the first one in, just make sure to make everybody a co-host so they can record.
Yes.
So, and just let people know that just go to the election page if they're getting some sort of, error or something, just reload it. It should let you in.
Yeah. So you're gonna sign in, and then all of a sudden it's gonna pick whoever I think got there first with the Zoom. It's gonna choose that account to use, and then you've got to make other people co-hosts so they can record.
The election page has a spinning.
Yep, it'll get there.
Okay, just wait for it then, maybe a minute or so, huh?
I think so. It was like that for everybody, and then it kind of. I'm gonna go through the process into my room.
Fiddle around, but I see my room and it's just waiting to join meetings. So I think we all just have to kind of refresh and get ready.
Yep.
Yes, I see too.
So I'm assuming that join meeting button is gonna turn blue at the end of the timer.
All right, got it.
Yep.
As soon as the round begins, join meeting button will appear.
I think it's just taking a bit. I mean, hitting the website all at once with a bunch of people.
Yeah, and the timer say round one starts in 7 minutes 34. So I presume that.
How do we know that our group number from the UI?
I don't know
I
exactly.
need to find it.
Okay, I got my group.
Yeah, my understanding is on the back end, everything's fine. All the smart contract calls are fine.
Yeah, that page takes a little over 60 seconds, maybe like 90 seconds to load.
I
For me,
remember
it's saying
Alpha
that I'm
software.
not registered for the election, but I definitely like checked, and last time I logged in, it said I was registered. Is anyone else getting this or have a
Yeah.
solution?
It's happened. It just shouldn't matter. Have you is this all going for you?
Did you re-register in the last couple days after the new election date?
I did.
Okay.
But
Then you
like
should
as
be
soon as
okay.
I logged in, it said it said I needed to re-register, and then I logged in and it said you're registered. So within the last like 3 days or so. But yeah, I'm just not seeing anything like clickable or anything that looked like the last election, I guess.
Go to the election tab. You should see your groups.
Desktop to review and sign the transaction.
This Zoom meeting that we're currently in, we'll go into our breakout room, I guess. That's what I'm guessing, because obviously we're going to have 2 pages open otherwise. Is that how it works?
No, you want to leave this one.
No, you leave this.
And you'll
So we'll leave this one in a minute when we connect, yeah? Okay.
Yeah. This one will stay open the whole time.
And then you'll be able to come back to it. You got the link.
Okay.
It's also in the members channel up top.
Right. Thank you.
No problem. And keep refreshing your page. That's what I'm noticing. Like on mine, I'm just going through the motions just to see, make sure.
Hey, Douglas Bootner, I'm looking at the contract tables and it doesn't look like you are registered. Are you sure you registered on time? Because you don't even have a 1. You got
Like I said, I was registered previously, and when I logged in after getting, I don't know if it was an email or whatever, like it said I was registered. So I'm not sure if I just did it so fast that the system wasn't because I clicked it right as soon as that message went out that we needed to re-register. I don't know. But,
it may not have worked, dude.
That sucks.
Because I'm looking at the table and right now you've got status set to 0. And before it should be a 2 to be able to participate. And before it was a 1, like when we had to re-register within the past week, everybody who had a 1 had to re-register. But I don't even see that next to your name, a 1.
So if I open the meeting room, where do I get that link? Where should I be? Where can I get that?
You see in the members portal, it says join meeting button, but it says a join meeting button activates when round starts.
How long should it take for that button to turn blue?
10 minutes, so 2 more minutes.
But somehow, Michael, you got a link earlier for some reason.
I think only the people that generated the link, but even they don't have the link. It should just show up in 2 more minutes or a minute and a half.
Okay.
Yeah, remember it's prepping and the round officially doesn't start until the timer's down, and then you'll enter the room.
Interesting. My timer says different. My timer says 3 minutes, 38 seconds.
That's what mine says.
Yep. So mine says.
Oh yeah, that's what mine says too. Yeah.
Time in.
I was just manually looking at the clock, but yeah, you're right.
But keep in mind, one person from each of these breakout rooms needs to like initialize that Zoom link.
Yeah.
Was that signing the Anchor transaction? If I signed an Anchor, did I initialize the Zoom link?
No.
Probably that is part of.
Well, it's, part of that's not the Zoom part, right? It said sign in with Zoom, right? You have to be signed into your Zoom account.
One person takes that and signs in to Zoom on behalf of everybody, and then that creates the room, and then Zoom will send you over when the blue button comes up. then you'll join that room, and it will be the room of the person who clicked that link first and linked their Zoom account.
Got it.
And I can confirm that that does create an anchor transaction when you do that, because I just did that moments ago. So
Enjoy.
Remember,
You've got 2 minutes, mate.
you
might be
have
straight.
to be on camera. You cannot lurk. You got to be on camera for the entire thing. You can lurk in here all you want, but you cannot be off camera in the election room.
Dan's got his hand up.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chuck, and thanks so much, everybody. I'm just wondering, as far as the time that the room ends and the consensus needs to be submitted, is that 14 UTC? It also says 1402. So I'm just curious exactly what time we need to submit the consensus by.
Yeah, by the end of that, but before 10:02.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So you got the 10-minute lead in here, 40 minutes to talk, and then you got 10 minutes to get your votes in and get the round completed.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you very much. And yeah, have a great time, everybody, as well.
Likewise.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's one of the few governance-y type meeting processes that people genuinely seem to enjoy. Right? It's not normally the case, but that was what I was most surprised by the first time we did it. People were like,
Yeah, I always look
jazzed.
forward to these elections. They've always been fun.
Yeah. Got to be careful with the double. Jay, you got to log out somewhere. You logged in twice. You're crashing my room a little bit. There you go. There you go. Beautiful. Thank you.
All right, 1 minute to go.
Is this 100? Is Eden 100% male participation?
No.
Do you know if it'll work on a cell phone?
It will not usually. Not well.
So join. The reason is that my Anchor password is saved in my cell phone, and it I don't know how to reset my Anchor password on my laptop. It wouldn't let me sign the transaction. So
I mean, you could try it, but it was
You
not.
should be able to sign transactions from Anchor Mobile.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
You
actually
access
trying to
the election UI on your desktop.
Anchor desktop works if you click sign manual when the thing pops up.
Yeah, let me try that.
Here you go.
Meeting timer. Join meeting.
Click join meeting, folks.
Right.
Good
You
luck,
see that
everyone.
upload round recording too. That'll be there afterwards for whoever wins.
Good luck, guys.
Look
Good
all.
luck, guys. Bye-bye.
Good luck, everyone.
Hello. All right. I'm gonna. Wait, I'm not gonna be able to do that.
Looks like I'm in.
I'm still just loading, so we'll see. Sitting there.
Worst case, if you saw who was in your room, try to ping them, and maybe one of them have a Zoom link, and they, because we don't have to use the Zoom interface as provided from the UI, right? We just really need to vote through there.
Good point.
Yes.
Good idea, Chris. Thanks. Actually, Dominic, you might have the link.
I know, and I'm trying to
Oh, right.
figure that out and get the hell out of here, but I can't. I got to make somebody
Just-
the host.
Yeah, just popped up. So
Can't find my guy.
all the best, everyone. Yeah.
Getting there.
I'm gonna get some drone footage of this Zoom, the first drone footage of the Eden election. So is everybody here trying to get into an election room? Is that what's happening? Or
Yeah. A lot of spinning of balls right now. That's not a joke to how many people or men are in the room.
So is everybody here just like not participating in the election now?
I'm still waiting to get into my room.
Okay.
It's
Well, if you
still
don't-
spinning.
Okay. Well, if it doesn't work, I was going to run under a bylaw proposal that I've already written up the, I guess, changes to the bylaws, and I know that's something you're very interested in. So I'm happy to talk to you about that anytime. You're welcome to hit me up as well as anybody else.
All right. We still got some people that haven't been assigned, huh? I just went over and checked out the room that I was in to make sure all was well and tell those guys that
Can I check about the room, please? No, man, I'm registered.
everybody was logged into their Zoom account.
Normally, yes. My side is I'm connected right now.
I'm sorry. Oh, Chris, if you're still rocking, can you make me host? I think I just got lucky there that I left without designating it. Or, oh no, he may be in there and he just muted this one because this is his account. I gotcha. Max, are you good? Did you get assigned? Oh, he's listening to. Okay, I guess so. It's probably just you and I, Douglas. Sorry, man. I don't know what happened for you. That sucks.
Oh, it's okay. You know, everything happens for a reason, and as much
I'm with you on that.
I put a lot of thought and love into these ideas. I've shared them freely. Somebody else can take them and propose the bylaw change if they get elected CD, as well as I'm currently the software architect at this company now. Landian, we're like a giant metaverse company. So
cool.
I don't have a lot of free time anymore. So like,
cool.
As much as I
So it
really
worked
wanted
out.
to be a CD, it's like, it's better that I'm not.
Right.
For me, at least.
Well, yeah, we still have plenty of influence too, right? You know, like it's a small group still, and you can be heard, and yeah. Well, that's
Yeah,
congratulations, though. Sounds like a good job.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's super exciting, and it's crazy because like, I'm very, I guess, skilled in architecting systems, but I've never like touched anything with video games. Like I haven't actually played a video game since I was maybe 16 years old. So like, just to play with the engine, like the Unreal Engine, and start to do the programming, and that is just like blowing my mind. So I'm having a lot of fun.
What's it called? Landian? Landian?
Yes, Landian, and you guys search Landian Metaverse. Right now, the
.io, right?
Yeah, or
Future
Landian.io.
Metaverse. Very cool. So you're right. You're totally obviously, into this. I keep thinking like, as far as Metaverse goes, are we just going to end up with like an infinite number of these damn things? Or is someone going to eventually just kind of standardize and create something that's sort of brings them together or just becomes like, I'm having a hard time getting my mind around this because I don't see how that's going to really work. It's just going to be a battle of adoption, and whoever gets the most adoption wins. I mean,
yeah, I mean, as far as the technology side of that, I would say like there's different engines. For example, there's a Unity engine, which I think this or Decentraland might be Unreal 4, but like there's Unity, there's Unreal 4, there's Unreal 5. So I would think that different things work with the same technology. With the little bit I've learned so far about programming in Unreal Engine, I definitely think it's possible to link any Unreal Engine metaverse. But as far as linking to a custom thing, for example, Second Life is a completely custom metaverse written in OpenGL. So it probably wouldn't be compatible with the metaverse we're working on or other metaverses. What I've just been sort of blowing up my mind with ideas over the last, I guess, however long. And like, I'm thinking of an idea about like just this kind of house of doors, you know? So everybody goes to this one house of doors, and then each like room or whatever has portals to other metaverses, right? So, you know, something like that is certainly possible, I believe.
Yeah, I could see that. Because I just keep thinking, like, what's with the people like going for these land grabs, paying millions for just some space in one single metaverse? Like, you're taking a huge risk, right? Assuming that will actually get adoption. I mean, it's just FOMO city to me. Like,
yeah. And it's like there's also like so much actual technical work that goes into it. We have 130 people here. And most of those people are working on the actual 3D rendering of this universe. So like, it's impressive to see so many people working so hard on something. And you know, I know that there's a lot of companies with the best intentions, but like, you have to have a certain amount of, you know, there's always risk, there's always organization of people, but at the end of the day, you need a lot of hands-on keyboards to make anything real, and that will be worth enjoying. So I hope that we are the company that does that better than Meta, and I hope that I'm able to use my, I guess, desire to create biomimetic economies and things like that to make it something that people will not only enjoy but will benefit them in many different dimensions.
Yeah, I'm, you know, 100%. I think that this is the technology that is actually going to enable a lot of the things we've been talking about in blockchain for a while, for so many reasons. But yeah, I guess I was hoping that whatever the sort of dominant solution is some kind of version of open source, decentralized, right? Like, you know, I'd like to see the metaverse be rendered by like all of our devices consecutively or something. You know, it's a very small portion maybe, but like everybody who's got an account like has to give 1% of their cell resources or something. I don't know, you know, because
we're actually it's interesting that you bring that up, because that's exactly what we're thinking about. We're currently exploring different solutions. One solution with our technology with Unreal is you can use something called pixel streaming, and that basically means you can offload the GPU processing to any sort of server. And for example, we're using AWS for an upcoming event that we're having for like Forbes magazine. So you know, it's big clients, big names, so we want to ensure the highest quality. So we're paying extra for this additional processing speed, so that instead of running it on the user's native device, we're just streaming those actual, like, you know, just like you were streaming Netflix. We're sending out rendered frames right to the user's browser. But that's not a permanent solution. That's just basically to make sure that we look good for, you know, for this specific event. And we may do it for every similar event that's sort of like a high budget thing. Like this is a NFT art gallery event. So high dollar NFT purchases. But in the future, like that's one option we're exploring, is to create some sort of mining system where you can help with the pixel streaming processing. My personal thought is I do like to push it to the client side as much as possible. So I'm looking at a hybrid solution where we read what the client's device is, and if they're not powerful enough, we do a freemium model where maybe we'll give you 15 minutes or a half an hour a day or something like that. And then after that, you have to have a subscription to get the highest quality to your device at the best performance.
I like that. I like that. That makes sense to me. I'd never even heard of Landian. Very cool.
Yeah, it's
I'd love to be involved in a metaverse project, man. I'm looking for a job too right now, and I'm just trying to see if I can get, connected. I mean, they got to need business development. They all do to some degree.
Well, I mean, you're always welcome to talk to me, and we can see what happens. But like, I just started here a week ago, so I don't have any sort of sway.
Exactly.
My first full week.
No, get your feet wet, man. No, make sure you're all set with all that. No, it's so obviously, you still hear like, read articles occasionally like Web3 is a hoax, and none of this is gonna happen. And I'm like, you guys do I need to go back to like 1998, 97 and show you all the articles of all the idiots who said the same thing about the internet? Like, come on. This is so obviously going to be a thing. Whether it's what we think it's going to be or not is to be determined, but dude, there's going to be another layer. It's like to reality, basically.
Sure.
Like reality is going to be layer 0, and it's going to be layer 1.
It's like, we have video games. To me, it's just like all these pieces are already here. We have the video games like Fortnite, even that one sort of generative one where you can go out and colonize these planets and collect the resources. So I see it as we're already there. It's just about who's going to connect the pieces in the best way, right? So I'm hoping that we have all the pieces here at Landian, but it's always a guess. But I feel I have faith in the people here and the team, and I definitely have faith in my ability to architect the deepest levels of how you build these buildable contracts so anybody can create their own economic systems within the metaverse and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very bullish, of course. I mean, I work here, so I'm obviously biased, but I'm very excited and I'm very fresh on my first week. So.
Yep. I think it's like I've enjoyed this experience. I was in alternative medicine, integrative medicine. I had practices locally, and in 2017, I was just like, I just love all the technology. I have business skills. I may not be a coder, but I have an MBA and all that good stuff. I'm like, I got to get over there. Like I just want to be involved in the technology. I want to be involved in that cutting edge. It was great helping people. I did it for 17 years, and it was incredibly rewarding work. And I built models that, everyone's using now. So they, acupuncturists notoriously were unsuccessful business-wise. And so a lot of really great people just couldn't make it. And I built a model that takes insurance, but still gets you paid well. And, and so that became the dominant business model over time here. So I feel good about that. Like, I made that kind of contribution to enable other acupuncturists. And I still get calls occasionally, and I always help them out, try to explain things to them and all that. But this is just so fun. It's so exciting to me.
That's really cool. I had no idea you were into, energy medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. I have a school of consciousness, and I'm not a practitioner as far as like, I don't do work on other people as sort of like a structured business type thing. But I definitely feel called to be involved in this metaverse for that reason of of making sure that all the options are available. Obviously adult industries are going to go there. Obviously gambling is going to go there. Obviously music is going to go there. So, I want to balance that. Like, I want to bring academies of consciousness where we understand archetypes, where we work through storylines together to understand how better to collaborate as humans, so that as we do separate, as we have more options to separate and go into our own box, like put on these goggles, we also have these options to learn something that we can take into the real world, or to create connections in new ways, which I can't even think of. We have no idea. We'll have to see.
Well, as we were talking about earlier, I'm very much about, I still believe strongly that as soon as we solve this unbanked garbage, people just don't realize there's literally about 2 billion people who cannot add to the economy. They can't participate. And you think, what's all that economic energy, right? There's a lot. That's a lot there. I don't, sort of elitist types are like, well, they're primarily poor and primarily from poor countries. It's like, well, that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that there's not 2 billion people. You don't think out of that group there aren't some geniuses with incredibly innovative ideas that would lead to incredible companies? Like, there definitely are, dude. Come on. And so,
yeah, I mean,
it would unleash so much economic activity, in my opinion. I don't see how it wouldn't.
I guess I'm more concerned about the people activity, like how we grow to our purpose. And as far as the unbanked thing, like, I'm interacting with probably 30% of the people, or maybe a little bit less, that I believe are unbanked in Medellin. People who are out on the street selling these fruits and stuff like that, they all have like a big wad of cash, and that's their bank. That's all the money they have in their life. And so, like, having seen that, I understand a Westerner could look at that and say, okay, we're not extracting the most value from that person. But at the same time, I understand that, like, just because you're channeled into a specific thing doesn't mean like your benefit is the highest, right? And in Medellin, I see that as creative expression. Like, here in Medellin, the culture is very accepting to whatever you want to do. There's an entire giant building that's like a music building, and you can go in there and be like, okay, I want to hold a music event here on this day, and it's free, right?
That's awesome.
I've held 2 music events just in parks, like with a sign and everything, and like, they don't care. Like, the police will come and just watch you for a little bit and then leave. Like, you don't need permits and things like that. So there's this balance in my mind of how much do we want to fit things into a specific model, or how much do we want to just empower models to flourish? And I don't know. I'm going off on a tangent, but I definitely I see.
No, I'm tracking you. I get it. There's trade-offs. Right.
Yeah.
And when you get into these systems, they can be restricting, as much as they're enabling, sometimes more. It depends. I guess I'm looking at it more like that person doesn't need to necessarily participate. I just want them to have the option in case their path takes them there. Right. Like, again, some of these folks, to your point about music, could be incredibly talented, and they can't access that global audience, and we can't receive that gift, right? Or maybe they can, and they're throwing stuff up on YouTube, and that's fine. But if they started to get financial support, right, how much more could they do? But right now there'd be no way to do that. They couldn't monetize their content, but I hope that what we're going to do, and to me, those countries, from a strategic perspective, it's like, just jump. Don't get this system in place. Jump it. Go to here.
Yeah, dude.
Like, go crypto. Don't bother begging to get into the World Economic Fund nonsense. Like, just launch your own damn currency, but do it right. Or adopt Bitcoin like El Salvador is. They're getting a little bit of ridicule here and there, but I'm telling you, that move will turn out to prove to be genius, especially right now with the way the fiat supply has been insanely inflated in the last 10, 20 years. It's biting us in the ass now, and it's going to only continue. And so El Salvador would be looking pretty good regardless of the BTC price, like when they're not watching their reserves that would normally be probably in US dollars, right, just getting wrecked.
Totally
so
agree.
I'm honestly surprised there isn't more of that already. And then I keep thinking for some of these places, like what I think is problematic for El Salvador, and they really need to do is, Bitcoin really isn't built to be a daily transaction thing. Just use that to back an El Salvadorian stablecoin, right? That's native, but then make BTC your actual backing, and have somebody design it so that it adheres to the same principles, and people can trust that the government can inflate it, right? Put all those types of controls in so you can get the perceived benefits of Bitcoin that they're looking for right now, but without actually having to transact Bitcoin all over the place, because we know it's not tenable. I mean, if they fully adopt it and start doing, tens of thousands of transactions a day and an hour, it's going to be a mess, most likely. I mean, there's lightning, and I get that, but I still think they're better off just coming up with their own coin.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And yeah, I think that we're seeing an exposure of how this, I guess, lack of technical understanding in our current system. It's hard for this really important knowledge to filter up to the positions of power where these decisions can be made. So the other side of the whole equation is, there's the economic side, and we're talking about solutions there, but then there's also the political side, which we're all exploring right now. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of that play out, because with El Salvador, we're seeing a peak of what will happen when more things like this happen. And yes, there's optimizations, but also we're just starting to explore the government side, and maybe we can find out through Eden how we do get the right technical people into the right positions to make these decisions, because our chief delegates, in my opinion, they're highly more enabled if they're highly technical. And in governance, it's the technicality is how well you deal with people, and how you deal with people. So hopefully, if we can learn better how to ascend the correct people to positions of power in Eden, we can demonstrate to the world how to ascend people who get along to positions of power in the world as well.
Right. Yep, I'm with you.
So are all these other people that are just muted, are they like in rooms and just on a different device?
I think they're in rooms. Yeah, because remember, if somebody else, if they don't need their Zoom, right, they can stay here because they can join the other Zoom without having to exit this one. I think.
Yeah.
Gotta assume that's going on. All right, I voted. Just to make sure the consensus works. It was just a couple of us in there. All right, that should be it. I shouldn't have to do anything else there.
Well,
yeah,
I'm happy.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just gonna say like something silly. Like I'm happy I got to fly my drone, because like my girlfriend's had it for like 3 months, and then she got here 2 weeks ago, and I haven't flown it once. So I've been just dying to fly it. So I was like, oh man, I'm gonna film the Eden election. So that was.
So how are you doing that? Where is it? What do you even mean by that? You're filming this?
No. I just for a few seconds, I flew my drone and I filmed just like the screen, because like I thought it would be silly. Nobody's ever filmed an Eden election on a drone, which is completely silly. But you got to take your mind off the fact that you did all this preparation and prepared for this election and that didn't get in. So, I mean, I guess that's my fault, but I really thought I took the steps. But I'm also very grateful that the universe has taken the right steps, I believe. So,
It does very much
I would have
sound
got
like
in the
you-
first round and then I wouldn't have got elected and then I just would have got pissed off, So now at least I don't have the chance to get pissed off and I can still pass on the message and have a good day and enjoy
Yeah.
my life.
Well, it sounds like, especially, man, starting a job like that, you got probably a lot to do there for a while,
Yeah.
because you're not even just a coder, right? You're an architect, you're, leader, manager. So it takes a lot of energy. I know.
And
that
I'm
as well.
still learning my role. Like right now, there's the product manager, and I'm sort of part of my role is I'm his like right hand man to help decipher what is technologically possible and not, and how to communicate that between the C-suite and the actual programmers.
Yep.
I'm also working on the systemic designs for pretty much every level. I also have a degree in marketing, so like I'm also wanting to do that because, as you've probably seen, the marketing isn't very good right now. So I'm meeting with the marketing team on Monday. So it's just like it is so much stuff, and then plus I have CXC, which luckily is at a point that it does sort of run itself, but there's also a lot of work that I could be doing for that to bring us on beta. So, it's about balancing my priorities, but, I'm the type of person, I do what's most exciting and I honor my commitments 100% as best as I can. So I do believe I'm honoring all my commitments with CXC, as well as this is so exciting for me right now. And I have a 2-month position here because I have to physically leave Medellin. So I'm going to go super hard, provide as much value as I can, and have a lot of freaking fun.
Oh, and then you're only going to be doing this for 2 months?
I'm only going to be physically here for 2 months. I'm not
physically.
Sure. I'm not sure if I'm going to continue. We have a sort of a loose contract. So I'm basically an hourly employee. I shouldn't get too far into it, but
Gotcha.
Yeah, like I sort of see it as I'm going to work hard for 2 months. I'm going to provide these documents and hopefully guide the programmers to implement what I don't get done while I'm here. I'm going to go to Mexico for 6 months, and then there's a high probability I'll physically come back to Medellin and continue working after those 6 months.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. I am very much looking forward to a nomadic lifestyle. I just have 16 and 14-year-old kids, and I'm divorced, and my ex-wife's just not having it. I've been working on her for a decade now. Like, that's what's best for them. Should be bringing them everywhere, getting them to, understand and be real global citizens and learn languages. And she's just like, nah, I think it's better if they're just near their family and their grandparents and all that, which there's an argument for. Yeah, but I don't see how what they're learning in school is preparing them at all for anything.
Yeah, I agree with the sentiment. And I always have a lot of respect for the travelers I meet that are traveling with kids, especially young kids, 3-4 young kids. And I've seen it, I've seen it, and it's impressive. So I hope you get to taste that life too, because I'm sure it's a lot of fun as well. But
well, I feel like they'll be, freshman and junior. So it's about 4 years before my youngest goes to college or is 18 or whatever. And I'm definitely gonna, sail away at that point and feel like I'll be there for them at various points. They can just come and join me wherever I am, and hopefully still get some of that experience. So my first spot's Luke's house. I'm gonna be camping in his backyard, man. We got Jed to talk about. We got all kinds of stuff.
Heck yeah, man.
Further.
Heck yeah.
Further.
Have you tiptoed into any of Jeffrey Martin's stuff? Nonsymbolic.org.
Jeffrey Martin? No. I haven't heard of him.
Oh my goodness, it's so good.
I've
geeked out. I'm geeked out about it. Nonsymbolic.org. It's pretty amazing. He's basically spent 17 years mapping the brain states of fundamental well-being or persistent non-symbolic experience, and he's taking the Jed McKenna stuff a little further. super excited. I actually hung out with him for a couple weeks or a week and a half in Rincon. His whole team came here recently and did a meditation retreat, 10 hours of meditation and all kinds of cool stuff. Yeah, I think you'd like it, Dominic. Yeah, non-symbolic org, a lot of cool stuff there. Some research-backed study of enlightenment and awakening and all that.
I got a 3D printer, and there's an Open BCI, which is like one of the projects that's working on these like EEG electrodes and stuff, and how you can start, So I've been just messing around with that. Like I'm just totally fascinated by their neuroscience and how it's all kind of converging, and
his main clinical psychologist, Sanjay, brought his toys basically to Rincon, and we got to do the ultrasound that you plug in the back. You put it right here with the gel in the back of your head. And the PCC, this is part of the brain that actually facilitates the connections between all different parts of your brain. It's basically where your self-referential thought comes from. And so you just kind of zap it with some ultrasound and the brain quiets out. And so it's there, of all the different approaches to achieving fundamental well-being and decreasing your self-referential thought and all this stuff, like that's one of the most promising approaches. And there's only one device right now in the world, based on the research, that is doing something interesting. Also got to put on this little like helmet this helmet that, and this is a consumer-based product, that one's not, where it shoots ultraviolet light and it penetrates beyond the skin and into the scalp just enough to stimulate blood vessels in the brain, and it increases kind of oxygen flow and stuff. That was super, super cool. Did that a couple times.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely the future, that they'll eventually unlock ways to, you'll be able to just put on the meditation helmet, man, and just get you there. And, there's just so much that we haven't scratched the surface.
Will you be able to achieve the same results from meditation with the meditation helmet versus the standard way? Some could say that sweat equity trying to achieve enlightenment gets you there.
Yeah, no, it's one of my favorite things about Jeffrey's data is he's actually was like, some might say, well, what's the data say? And they studied thousands of people to actually, people who actually achieved what they call fundamental well-being. There's like 300 different names for it, in different traditions and religious and spiritual practices, whatever. And it was super fascinating. It was just looking at what the data says, what actually worked to transition people. And for example, breath work, very cool, doesn't actually correlate. Like it's an experience you can do for a temporary, change in your perspective, but it doesn't actually provide something persistent. Same thing with body movement work. We get a lot of yoga practices where they think of yoga not in the traditional sense, but yoga in the I'm moving my body to exercise. Not and how, again, that didn't. Now it's possible, sure, with breath work and with yoga, like traditional, I'm saying like westernized version of yoga, but the idea that it's supposed to be hard, supposed to put it in sweat equity, supposed to take decades of your life. Like that's what I always believed until I like, Jeff McKenna, I know you're a fan as well. He talks on this. It's like, it's actually crazy simple. It's like the most simple.
Drove me crazy forever, man. People like, it's gotta be so many lifetimes. I'm like, you're so full of shit. If that's the case, then it doesn't work.
It's tradition, right? People are used to whatever
they're careful whenever when you're applying meaning only to what your instruments can detect. It's quite obvious the limitations of science. If you look into quantum entanglement, if you look into Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, and if you look into wave particle duality, and you combine those three things, you could understand that the scientific model is incorrect, because there is not a bringing in of the observer effect. Right. So things like dark energy and dark matter, I explain in a model that I've produced, the 7-11-12 model, of how these are simply sort of light that's shifted to a different phase. So, as you separate these things and try to only study what your instruments can detect, your instruments that are made out of real matter and real energy as we understand it, and yet you try to discount or not account for at all thousands of years of tradition, your data set is too small to be drawing conclusions, and that's what I have to say about that.
Well, I missed the beginning. Good morning, everyone. Apologies for not being able to attend the elections. I missed sign up. I saw that it was earlier. I was waiting till like, I guess the last minute and I missed it.
Apologies. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. It's going to be one of the notes I have is like, we really probably need to circulate that, right? Just as much as possible. Like, hey guys, it's not, it's 24 hours before. So I think we should start when we post the next election, like post 2 numbers and 2 dates in a sense, right? Be like, all right, 6/8 is when the last can sign up, and 6/9 is when the actual election is or whatever.
Because the last time I basically signed up right after the election ended, like the first election ended, signed up for it the next day, and I just did it, and then I was good to go. In this case, I was busy with work, which, by the way, if you guys want to Google me, going to be on another patent soon and making some pretty good progress on the films that I grow. So it's exciting. I've been more focused at work and less focused on EOS, IO, and Eden as of late.
Well, we don't like that. Let's go.
Yeah.
Going on,
well,
man.
I mean,
Come
I work
on.
for Intel, so the products that I make, we at EOS, IO could use.
Cool.
What I was going to say is on the topic of data sets and models, fundamentally, what a model is it's a human's attempt to measure and characterize what we are perceiving. But fundamentally, yes, models do fall short, and I do agree. I mean, I'm a chemical engineer by trade, and what I would say is that we understand actually very little, but we have pretty good models.
Right.
And then, so coming full circle on the topic of enlightenment, for thousands of years, different civilizations have probed into the mind via psychedelics, and I find it so fascinating that within my time here on the planet, for the most part, psychedelics have been widely banned. But if you look historically at the like records, it seems pretty obvious that 4,000 to 5,000 years ago, humans were consuming psilocybin and other psychedelics on the average, and they're like meat and brews. So I would say that's
that's the highest technology, like that's more than the ultrasound. Like, I'm all about understanding the both the waves and the actual manifestation in physical reality. And what Luke was just talking about was manipulating the physical reality to induce a state of the field, right? And I think that things like DMT, they are our highest technology to induce these fields with the smallest amount, the most compression of physical reality to induce the greatest change in these energetic fields.
I totally agree. It's fun too. They are researching that as well. And I like that you mentioned specifically DMT, because there's a lot of, psilocybin, many other different psychedelic compounds. One of the things that they did find in the research, which I thought was interesting, was some like psilocybin, for example, it activates so many parts of the brain that the brain has, from what they found, the brain has a little bit of trouble learning in that state. Whereas with the ultrasound, even if you're not consciously aware of what actually happened as far as which neurons fired, which ones didn't, the brain is in a great state of capacity for learning, where it's not overwhelmed. And so you actually can re-enter that state through memory much easier than sometimes when people have this peak experience with psychedelics and they're like, oh my gosh, I touched source consciousness. I was one with the universe, all the things, non-duality, everything. But then they have a little bit of trouble getting the brain back to that state through memory. And so it's just, it's very interesting, the correlations. But again, the DMT in particular, and there's actually one specific concoction that they're playing around with that, as you said, might be the smallest. Anyway, I just love that the correlation between the number of people in crypto who actually care about this stuff. It's so exciting to me that there's people who care about enlightenment. We got a couple hands up though, so I'm going to
real quick. Let's go to Waxa here.
I'm going to go visit my family as well. But it's been a pleasure to participate with all of you guys, and have a great weekend.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Great to
Waxa.
Thanks, Dominic. Just a quick issue we had during our call there. So a guy called Peter Rabbit joined the call and didn't put his camera on and voted. Not sure what the procedure is. So what we did as a group is arrive at a consensus between the four of us, and then we were still able to control what the consensus was with the end results. Just thought I'd bring that
So
up.
effectively, that person's vote didn't matter, is what you're suggesting?
Yeah, we as a group decided it didn't matter,
Okay.
and then we're forced out of the four of us that were there in the conversation to come to a consensus. But it swayed the initial direction of conversation and so on. It wasn't ideal. And there's a few disconnects during the call as well. It's a strange experience, but.
What group were you in, Rexa?
Pardon, I didn't quite catch that.
What group were you in? What number?
I'm not sure. Let me check. Whereabouts does it tell me that?
Should have said it on the genesis.eden.es community election tab.
I just can't see the number on the screen anymore.
Might be timing out.
Yeah, we haven't settled yet. The round will end in 2 minutes officially.
Okay.
2:05, 2:04. Well, might just pause.
I'll let you know as soon as I find out.
Okay.
You're in group,
Yeah.
group 5.
I don't know why people would still do that stuff. You cannot not be on camera. It's the whole point.
Hi.
Happens, I guess.
Hey, Sebastian, I see you have your hand raised before me. I don't know if I can hop in real quick.
Right. I just wanted to ask one thing. Only 2 people showed up in our room, and it still said we came to consensus. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you both voted the same way, you should.
You okay? Yeah. Oh,
Should be fine.
Thanks.
Just make sure you upload the recording.
Yeah, I will shortly.
And then I just want to add, I guess, an issue I ran into. So because I was the one that created the link, it was, I guess, tied to my Zoom account. Since I don't have a paid Zoom account, we were limited to the 45 minutes. So when the timer came to 0, it just followed in line with perfectly with the Zoom free trial, and it ended. So I don't know, maybe for, I guess, the next round or whatever, whoever has a paid subscription should probably be the first. If you don't have a paid subscription, probably try to hold back on generating that link just so you can have the full time on the Zoom.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dom, for handling this. It's a great success. I unfortunately couldn't use my laptop, so I had to use my cell phone, and everything went through fine. So good work. I was
Good work.
impressed.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, it's not recommended, but it can work. It's not excluded either. But all right, I'm glad it happened. Yeah, we're doing our
Round 2
best here.
started. Round 2 started.
I don't think it's started. Should be another 10 minutes.
Yeah, round 1 was just finalized. I'm not seeing the results.
I don't know. My page kind of froze, and I just refreshed it.
Yeah, same.
I'm in
The
spinny
results
world.
are
Oh, I almost typed something.
time's
There we
out.
go. I can see it. Round 1 completed. I think there's something here we need to think about that's clearly overwhelming the website. And that's something to think about. There's not a lot of people theoretically, right? We really are hoping these are going to get a lot bigger. So,
Yeah, I don't know what's on the back end of all this, and someone else could probably speak to that.
Hey guys, there's a few maintenance tasks that need to be performed, like trimming logs
and reducing the size of the subchain. And the Fractally team let us know that that's something we need to watch out for. So yeah, just a heads up that there is a few cleanup items that should improve performance, and we should get around to that at some point.
Sweet, thanks, Xavier.
Yeah, we will. We have some teams
Hey.
that will be continuing to work on it.
Hey, Dom. I was able to log in with the cell phone. I just do the cell phone too, but I had some trouble with Safari signing in. And then I changed it to Google Chrome and was able to work. So I don't know if anyone else had any issues with that, but Google Chrome seemed to work. I was able to get signed in and didn't have any problems from there.
My experience that Anchor Mobile works better for the signing requests, and Anchor Desktop, I have to always click sign in manually on the bottom of the signing request when it pops up for it to work.
Same.
Hey everyone, here is Anas. I went with Waxa in the same group. Just a comment for the whomever will attend the call and not attending the call and just voting. I think I'm not sure, but certain action like that, it should be there's action should apply on it. Like if someone behaving in that way, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think we have super clear rules on like what the consequences are, but I know that it's supposed to be that their vote doesn't count. But if you reached consensus anyway without them, then that would override that. So I don't think that's a current issue, but yeah. And I know I mentioned it several times that you had to be on camera. And everybody should know that by now. It's kind of an Eden thing. So what people aren't thinking about is anybody could be logged on theoretically, right? If they just had your device. Now, I don't think there's a high demand for that at this stage for people wanting to co-opt somebody's machine and impersonate them when they need an election, but it's not the point, right? It's just, you can't have that. That's not what we do here. Error loading, I know. Just gotta keep going, Lenny. You just gotta refresh and it'll happen for you.
I'm actually a deepfake today, so you can't even tell that it's not me.
Sure.
So
I'm actually a hologram from the future.
Yeah.
That was well
Nice.
done.
Thank you.
He'll be here all day.
Yep. I'm accepting Oscar nominations later. Yeah.
Oh boy.
It's like we had one room not reach consensus. Mark and Franz voted for Franz and Todd voted for Todd. And the room didn't move forward. That's too bad.
Yeah, that's the result.
Yeah, we had trouble getting the people into the meeting at the beginning and recording. So I had to download Vimeo to just record. So hopefully that turns out. But we spent at least 10 minutes just dicking around, so to speak.
Did
and Chris didn't show up also. So
I take it back to there's another room, and it looks like it was more deliberate. Maybe it was a two on two stalemate.
Wow.
Jacques Morrow, Patrick, and Joe.
Does somebody want to share screen and do a little commentary room by room? I can't right now, so just throwing that out there. Be fun if you have
Anyone
that
else
screen
has
up.
issues uploading the video of their breakout room?
Not yet. I was able to.
I'm saving that. I don't want to overwhelm anything and get too many spinning circles. Because I think that stays open for a little while after the event, so you don't have to do it right away.
Yeah, you have a
Try to
week.
right away. It takes time. It's better to wait.
Is the election page supposed to be like public if you're not registered for the election? Because I would second that sharing of the screen. There we go. Cool.
Here you go. I brought it up. So
thank you.
So group 1, Torben. And then group 2, Felix. It looks like good participation. You can see who voted. The number of blocks is like number of votes. Nicholas, slam dunk, all of them. Hernan, all except Taras. We got Luca, unanimous.
Ooh, I'm just kidding, Luca.
Jose, looks like Meng probably wasn't there, so pretty much unanimous. And then here's the one no consensus room that we spoke about. Mark, Franz, and then Christian wasn't there. So because 3 people voted, but it was 2, so 66%. So they're short of that 1% essentially, right? So then it wouldn't assign Christian to anybody because you didn't have, I think that's how it works. And then
I
Jesse.
think you're right, because when I was the only one that voted, it said consensus reached. And then then that went away after the second vote.
And then we got Maxim, who I guess Giuseppe probably wasn't there. Yeah. And then let's see, Charles and Tavares wasn't there. Mr. Hanryu. Sergio wasn't there. And we got Mo. Consensus all the way around. Gavriel Shaw, Team Helios, full support. Chris Barnes, myself, only Marco and myself were in the room. So 2 people voted for me, and Sachet and Milan weren't there. And then Sebastian looks like he might have been in a similar situation without Lucas and Douglas Wu. Surprising Doug Wu wasn't here. He's an active dude. And then Ben Sigmund.
What?
With Brock and Ron.
Ben.
Congrats, Ben.
John Heater, no stranger to, he had great success in the very first trial election. Sylvan, brand new. Sylvan is a new Eden member, been in here for like 4 or 5 days. So that's great. Hope that works.
Nice.
Sylvan. And we got Lenar. And finally, the other interesting room, I'm looking forward to the video here because full participation, split down the middle.
Patrick and Chuck, that's going to be a great room to watch.
Yeah, watch that. Watch that. Watch that. Because Chuck would vote for myself at the end, but there was no too much time, and he was not able to do. And I have the proof into our Telegram. We have spoke. So I will move to the next round normally, but he has not the time to click. The page was already finished to click.
Yeah. Okay, so then here we got Dan moved on, and then looks like the next round just started here. We can create the Zoom link, but the second round here, we should have full participation, rooms of 5 and 2 rooms of 4.
Cool.
So
my election page has got spinning circles. Is there another way to get the?
No, it just takes time. It's just the back end. People need to understand this is part of the other problem and why we're trying to take control of this stuff. You know, who's paying for this?
Exactly.
Right? No one. Right. Like it's just coming out of somebody's pocket right now because it's not funded. So, you know, these things have to be handled by Eden as an organization.
Before we get there, just one last thing for everyone to keep in mind would be interesting is 4 chief delegates is all we're going to have this round. So that'll be another, we had 6, very first one, we had 5 last time. Now we'll have 4. Very cool. I'll stop sharing now.
We need like Eden as a member of the Helios incubator and make some pitch decks and get some investment to get a dedicated team.
We need to incubate Eden. Exactly.
Incubate Eden.
Yeah. It's just there's different schools of thought where this election is going to probably tell the tale on that one.
So is the next round started?
It has, yeah. You can leave and join. So I'm going to hop out.
Right.
Good luck, guys.
Got the
Have
spinning
fun.
circle still going.
Yep.
Who's not guess, is there anyone just hanging out here in the main room?
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Everybody
Yes.
that didn't succeed in to the next level.
So you couldn't get in, Douglas?
Oh yeah, no, I'm not here at all. Like I wasn't in the first round, so I'm like, I'm just enjoying my day and being glad that I don't have additional responsibilities.
Okay, so I'm having an issue for getting into the next round. My page won't load. I think there may be others as well.
Yeah,
That's
Give it
nothing we
time.
can do. It's just the back end. You just have to wait it out, or
Yeah,
maybe
just give
try
it
to
time.
refresh.
Is it at least a spinning wheel right now?
It goes a spinning wheel, and then it eventually goes to like it gives you the error.
Okay.
To me too. That's give error.
We may have to communicate with those in the room to send the.
And
the
Chuck
link.
was not able
Maybe
to
you
vote
could
for
just
myself.
create a
Otherwise, I
Zoom
would go
link.
to the next round.
Yeah, get the Zoom link directly from one of the members.
What we do now when this is like that?
Check
Chuck
your
would
I
DMs.
vote
don't
for
know,
me.
Patrick. If you couldn't vote officially, then you're out. I'm sorry, it's a stalemate. I mean,
Wow. Okay.
can't- it's got to be done
Chuck
on
would
chain.
vote for me. He can't because the issue with the interface. Okay, so
I don't know what else to do. I mean, I guess
I don't say to you that it is your fault. I just state.
no, I know.
that
I'm just saying it because you have to use the interface. So if it didn't go through, you won't be in
was
there.
not
That's my
able.
point. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry.
Like you won't be in there. You're not going to get randomized properly. You see what I'm saying? So how are we going to do it? We can't just throw you in a room.
But for this
Yeah, just
round,
keep clicking stuff until something works.
couldn't Felix just create a Zoom link and share it with the other people?
Yeah,
in
for
the room?
people who are in. But my
Yeah,
point
no.
is they
Wait,
should
you
have
don't wanna-
been pushed through. But in their room, the software thinks no one went forward, so it's not going to grab anybody. And right, because everybody's getting re-randomized and put in rooms again now based on the voting outcome. So I
Yeah,
don't know
but-
how you do that in Patrick's scenario because it's not going to do
We
that
were
for him.
2-2, equality, and Chuck would there was 30 seconds to vote for me, and he was not able to do. And after
Okay, I
we
get
chat-
it. I understand, but I can't
No,
change
but
the software.
We chat in Telegram. I have the proof, the screenshot. He want to vote for me. but he was not
Understood.
able to do.
I get it.
I think,
But there's nothing I can do with the software if you didn't get the vote through.
yeah, there's no,
Patrick.
there's no back end way to
Push you in.
change the automated cascading events.
Right.
Just think of how difficult it's been to adjust the smart contract to change the election date. Now imagine trying to go in and change the outcome of a particular room from the back end. It's just like maybe in the future we could do that, because I think this is like one of those intent of vote sort of, like the intent of the room may have been a certain thing, but we just don't have the technical capacity to make those changes at this point. So
Right.
unfortunately, we just have to like live with the results. You guys can be unofficial shared delegates this round. You can have-
Actually, you bring up a good point. It would actually be, there may be value in basically locking in the votes in the rooms. And then when everyone returns back to the main room, that maybe the main room casts a majority vote to lock in those votes. And that could be a redundant way to debug the software while also giving resilience to the issue we just had.
I agree. You can't beat humans to do anything. So I think it should be more flexible to let humans intercede.
Yeah.
I mean, until the software is perfect, and maybe it's
Yeah.
free, but we're
It's
still
well,
working through
I
it.
wouldn't argue. Never will your software be perfect, because at the end of the day, it's interfacing with humans, and humans populated distribution of intelligences and we'll say capabilities. But ultimately, it will be optimized enough that it's the user interface and the bugs will be, I guess, eliminated.
You know, and it's like the solution has to be both technical and people oriented as well. Like, for example, for something like this, you could have either a multi-sig or even just allow any of the previous chief delegates to make small changes to the election process on chain in a live, you know, in a live way. So there are highly technical solutions to this that do involve people. And I think the more that we can honor those who we empowered in the previous election cycle to create the necessary like actions in the now to solve these little issues, like with Patrick and with me as well, for getting in here. I think that that's sort of what we should look forward to as far as what I want to see in future bylaws and what I want to see in future systemic improvements.
Yeah, I agree. We are the intent of code is law camp after all. So
Yeah,
we
my
can't.
the person that I have who's been acting as the engineer for the smart contract is it's their first time kind of messing with all of this, and they said it's still pretty impressive for a lightly funded project. So just little feedback from somebody who's a little objective and has been doing development for 25 years.
I for sure agree, you know, but I'm also I'm a person who's never satisfied, and like, I'm always seeking improvements, and sometimes I forget to say, yeah, thank you. Like, I'm super grateful for all the things that they did, and it's an amazing system. So yeah, let's take a step back and clap our hands for that, for getting us here, as well as like, let's make it better, you know, like that's why we're here, you know, to experience the process, not just for the experience, but to help the world and to build these better systems and grow these better systems and expose ideas for solutions to each other and things like that.
I think people forget that we really haven't spent that much money yet in general, right? Like on all this, you know, it's been. We'll see. It's a heck of a lot easier than running it manually, I'll tell you that. I've been on both sides of this now, and this is much easier.
All right, well, place your bets. Place your bets. Group 1, Group 2, Group 3, Group 4. Let's see
Right.
who do you
Anybody
think
want
is
any
going
action?
to
You
prevail?
want to run? Want to run some candidates?
Up on Everpedia, guys. Come on, let's do it. Why not?
Yeah, seriously. Well, we debated this last time, the ethical. I keep bringing it up though because I just can't help it. But
I'm not a participant in this election, so I feel no moral obligation to not take bets.
Right. What's the matter with a little action? I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Me and Dom,
They're in there. They can't hear our bets, so we can't influence it. Like if we had been talking about who we were going to bet on while they were in here, then yeah, that's probably not cool. All right, bringing them up. All right. Ooh, group 1.
I think group 3, that's going to be a toughest group.
Yeah.
oh, did I just share my screen and everything disappeared for me?
Yeah, group 3 is going to be a tough one.
Here, let me see if I can do it. Maybe I can give people some action here.
There you go.
Are we all supposed to be able to see this, or just?
Yeah, it would be in the election.
Yeah, it's just
everybody, like that's what we're talking about. So as you can imagine, I'm sure the back end is not like, you know, top of the line Amazon, you know, whatever, or on super hardware. It's been funded by, I don't even know who. I think Ray, unfortunately, has just been paying for this out of pocket. Right?
If you click on the round 2 in progress, there's a drop down. So at least you got to get that to that spot in order to see anything. And then it should drop down with all the groups listed below.
Yeah, there's group 4. So
Dom, can you expand your screen the rest of the way?
Yeah.
Cool.
So that should be all 4.
Okay, I got something fun. If anybody wants to put your selection for all 4 groups in the chat, I will send you 100 of our currency purple if you get all 4 correct with a limit of three winners. Submitted.
Okay.
So
we're definitely going to have some changes.
Predict the new chief delegates.
you also need to predict if anyone won't come to consensus as part of your vote.
That's unlikely, I think. But yes, that's a prediction. That should count.
This is tough.
These are the groups that are currently
Yes. Yep. These are the actual groups.
among the I guess the people that are still in it. It sounds like there's diverging camps on where Eden should be going.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is a pretty big vote, at least in my opinion.
Can I get a high level like who's in the Chris Barnes camp versus the other camp, and what are they?
You mean here?
Yeah, just not here on the call, but like
So
yeah,
like
just real quick.
Luca is very much in this should just be a WPS. Let's keep it simple. Let's not add too much structure, or any for that matter, if we can help it. So in that group, yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite sure where John stands. He's been super busy. He's been involved from day one, and he's probably more of a moderate, if you will. I don't know Maxim and Jose's perspective on it. But group two, of course, you get Chris, Hernan. They're primarily of the same mind, I think, in general. Mo's DS is Chris Camp, if you want to, we'll call it that for simplicity. Don't know where Sebastian stands on it. Gav's just a legend. I got a lot of love for Gav. He's just a killer guy. Dan's very much Fractally, and so is Felix, and Jesse's Bees. So as far as it's kind of another camp too, right? There's Organize Eden more, there's Organize Eden less, and there's Support Fractally more. There's kind of like three platforms here.
Gotcha.
But the Support Fractally more are all in the same room right now, and that's group three. Group four, Ben, I'm not sure what Ben's platform is.
I'm not sure.
Han is kind of pro Eden, pro life, pro everything. He's just a great guy, and I don't know where the other two stand, Nick and Lenar.
What I
That's
would
probably
say
the
is,
least political room, and then I'll shut up.
what I would say is, or at least my hope was that Fractally was more of like a crowdfunding source that would leverage something like Pomelo, but it looks like it's evolving more into a real-time value distribution mechanism.
Well, that's what I think it was designed to be.
Yeah. I just misunderstood the product when it was first. When the roadmap was first being discussed.
I participated Wednesday for the first time, and it's a cool process, and I can see the value in it. I would integrate it with Eden myself, because I think there's a lot that we can get out of rewarding people for their work in relatively real time, rather than always having to wait for sort of elections and then budgets, and then expecting people with budgets to then, because I think we want to, and in an ideal world, right, we'd want to incentivize everybody who's adding value to EOS in proportion to that value, right, to some degree. That's not easy to do, but I think Fractally gives the most granular approach we've seen to that, and I think the peer review element's pretty cool, because it's like, it's got to be somewhat proven that you're doing what you're saying you're doing and all that good stuff, and I think it would be very engaging. I could see ending up with this like small army of active EOS participants, being really motivated to like at least be accumulating some EOS. I mean, it might not be a lot, but even if you're getting like, I don't know, 100 EOS a month or something in total, you'd still be building your stack, and you could feel good about, the fact that you're working to help add value. So I don't know.
Yeah. I guess the way I see it is, I definitely see Fractally as a DApp, something that can bring value to the network. I reflect on the values and why I joined Eden. I want to protect property rights. I want to enable individuals to essentially share value without discrimination. And so I guess the way I see it is having a crowdfunding source DApp that runs on EOS would very much fall in line with our bylaws. And I'm actually surprised EOS doesn't already have such a tool, if you will.
But what do you mean? I mean, that's what Pomelo is, essentially.
Well, so Pomelo is precisely the tool I'm talking about, but it's leveraged only for public goods with respect to coding in EOS. The way I would imagine this, if I'm by no means a programmer at this level, but what I would do is I would essentially take Pomelo, the open source, and recode it so that it's open for any projects. Like, let's say someone were to break their leg, and a kid breaks its leg in Argentina, they post the a picture of the kid with a broken leg, maybe a video, and then they write a description. Anyone in the world can then go and deposit funds into that account. Within that account, they can let's say they want pesos, then essentially you could pay in any currency that is available on the EOS blockchain, and then it would auto convert into the currency of their capabilities.
Actually,
but that is so that would
Pomelo is open source. Pomelo comes from it's a fork from Gitcoin. Gitcoin is fully open source, and there are repo in GitHub, and you can do whatever with that repo. That is writing in Python and Java, and the quadratic matching is the same contract and with different implementation. That's true. There is no open source in EOS because EOS have a black box contract, but we could move that as a proposal, like, hey, open source Pomelo, please.
Yeah. And then the last thing I would say, I'm sorry, I'm hogging the mic, is as I see that another layer could be added to that, which would be like a bounty. Imagine you as an individual, you want, for example, your lawn mowed. And so you post a picture of your lawn, maybe you say the square footage, you give an address, and then some random person shows up, mows it, takes a picture that they mowed it, and maybe, and then you could imagine some approval mechanism where the person would have already locked the funds in escrow for their lawn being mowed. And then as soon as that picture is uploaded, maybe there's like a group of Eden. Pomelo points to the Eden community, and anyone in the Eden community can vote. Like, as soon as 5 people have looked at the picture and said, yes, this looks like the lawn is mowed, I approve. We have a trusted opinion because we're in the Eden community, and then that person gets paid. I guess I'm seeing this as like a layered architecture that could have both bounty as well as requests for funds. Mowing the lawn is probably not a very good example, but I was trying to give a real world use case.
I get you. Yeah. No, I mean, it's basically a sort of a universal funding platform. Used for a variety of things. Go ahead.
I put a lot of thought into this, and I've developed something called Effective Collective on my GitHub, and I'm actually transitioning that to something called Tetra. I own the domain, and I own the EOS, or the Telos name, but I haven't really published much about it. Some of the technology that we would be dependent on is a solution similar to the Telos location, which I don't believe they've delivered. And I was hounding Douglas Horn about it more than a year ago. I'm not sure where they're at with that, but these things are being developed, and anybody who's serious about this, like, please contact me. I'm starting to put forward these things to launch in 2024. So if you have ideas as to how this project's funding could work, you can check out my designs, Effective Collective, on Doug Butner GitHub, and then contact me or open an issue there with your improvements to the systemic design. Also, I'd like to sort of pass to Dwayne, because I know he's had his hand up for a while and we've been ignoring him.
Yeah, go ahead, Dwayne. I'm sorry, I can't see much with this.
Oh,
thing.
no worries. It's I was just going to comment on, I was in Felix's room, and his pitch was basically to enable more of the delegates that got to the first round by using the Fractal process to check in once a week, kind of as their weekly report. And then some of the room participants were saying, well, it would be great to ensure that in that EOS Fractally, if you were an Eden member, maybe these NFTs have some utilization and you get some sort of bonus utilizing those current NFTs. But I thought that was just a nice way to bridge both systems and bring some accountability to the current delegates, also promote those delegates and this, what they've been doing. So, we've all put our forward what we're going to do in the future, and just have that Fractally method as a check-in for the Eden delegates. So it'll be interesting. And it is kind of interesting too, that all the Fractally people are in one room. It'll be interesting. I think that's the toughest room for right now.
They have to have
My concern was just dilution, right? I was over there and they were talking about this. And I'm like, you can't, to me, trying to pull your funding from Eden is ridiculous. Eden's not funded enough. Like, let's find a different route. Like, this just cannibalizing ourselves. And now we're putting energy into two things, neither of which are anywhere near where they need to be. I'm like, that's a death sentence normally. It's fighting a war on two fronts. Makes no sense to me.
I totally agree, Dominic. And that was actually my point. I'm not going to get into critiquing Fractally, but I will say I was there for 12 weeks, working very hard, doing exactly what I was asked, building out the things in the white paper. And I ended up leaving because one of my weaknesses is I cannot tolerate dishonesty. And there was so much dishonesty coming from the team about what we were doing there. And I would not suggest that we mix things at this point until they actually do what they say that they're doing. One of those things being paying people, and number two, be actually building what's in the white paper. It's dangerous. And like, I love that we're growing independently, and I look forward to seeing what does come out of Fractally, as well as what comes out of Eden as well.
If you could elaborate, are you saying that Fractally is not efficient, or that the marketing that brought you into it was different once you were in it?
I'm saying that according to their published papers about how the system works, my experience was it was dishonest, such that the processes that were being rewarded were not what was reflected in the, I guess you could say, that systemic design of what we were supposed to be doing there. The biggest thing was like hiding the fact that they were building another blockchain, hiding the fact of what token standard that they were using, which I had to actually pry the information out of the team, as well as the team not exemplifying their own principles as far as how we're rewarding contributions. There's John Williamson is one team member that insisted that we should just be going off of faith, and we shouldn't require any sort of documentation from the Fractally team as to what they were doing. But if you look into the design, it is required that the Fractally team members play by the same rules. And that was not my experience. And it was a frustration that was shared by a lot of members to me privately and publicly. I created a series of video critiques on my YouTube about what was happening, as well as detailed blog posts on my Hive account, Douglas James, where I talk more specifically about exactly the missteps and the mistrusts that I experienced at Fractally. So let that be a word of warning that I have not experienced honesty. I have not experienced truthfulness in the communication, nor in the actual implementation of the system which they say that they were creating. and I do want to step back. I'm gone from them, and I do have faith that something good will come out of that, but it's not been what they said up to this point.
Appreciate it.
Dom, you're
I
muted.
can, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Who else? Somebody had something to say anyway.
No, Douglas, I in an effort to be as diplomatic as I can, I'll say, like, as a chief delegate, I was elected and given resources by Eden to focus my time and efforts on Eden. And I found that I couldn't, in good conscience, participate in the Fractally experiment any longer while there was stuff that I could be doing in Eden. Without getting too far into it, like, I really think that it's a great process, but it's essentially the Eden process. It's what we've been doing from the beginning here. And it's a new experiment has been started. I had the analogy that we had an experiment. We're in a petri dish right here, and then our experimenters turned off the lights and the heat, left the room, and went over to the next lab and started another experiment, but took a little culture that they had and they brought it over to the next room and went with it. And I understand that like in software development, you have a plan, you have a company, you have a plan, you do things, you have to have a direction with your company, you do things as you choose to do them, and you don't take these decisions lightly. And I understand all that. But the simple fact is that I was stuck in an experiment that was ongoing, and I felt a responsibility to maintain my efforts there. I'd be happy to participate in using Fractally software once it's available. But in terms of the innovation and the experiment part of it, I've committed myself to the Eden variant of this experiment, whatever, but I'm open-minded to good software. When I see good software, I'm going to use it. Like, that's it. Sure, whatever. I use Microsoft products. I use Apple products, right? Like, I'm not fussy. So, Douglas, thank you for all your efforts in both experiments.
Sure. And it is all open source, and like, I'm constantly producing ideas. I just shared the thing I mentioned earlier in the chat, but like you say, we can use whatever software is good. And it's both important that we fully test out and we fully iterate each thing, like, having these elections. I think we're doing great. I'm super bullish on Eden because we have this ability to maneuver, right? We have these bylaws. And one of my biggest problems with Fractally is Dan refused to make any sort of bylaws. And what he said was that the white paper is the bylaws, but then they weren't following the white paper. So my critiques of Fractally are not strict, they're not software related. I think it's a good basic system. And I think I'm actually utilizing it. I'm writing a tribe.cxe.world software. That's the name of the repo. And we are using a lot of the ideas from Fractally as far as these contributor meetings that happen temporally, and rewarding people. But yeah, like, let's keep growing. Let's stay flexible. Let's stay grateful for what we have, as well as keep thinking about the future and keep sharing. Comment on my repos, share with me your designs. I'd love to share my ideas. And I think that there's a lot of people here that have a lot of value that has yet to be discovered. And that's what we're really doing at Fractally. We were trying to share our value in a unique way. And I think that it succeeded in bringing out this value, right? Because everybody, Patrick, me, we were doing so much work to bring out this value. But the problem was that value was like a sandcastle that would just like fall away. Right. So, let's not throw away everything, but let's understand how we get this value into concrete that can build the society that we want to live in.
Yeah.
Thank you, Douglas, to put the word into my mouth that we make a good job with Fractally. But myself, I see the Genesis Fractal by Daniel Larimer as the impulsion that has led to do Eden Fractal. With Dancing Joy, with Felix Ruiz, we are going there every Wednesday, 13 UTC. You have people like you that could join and give your best ideas, your best proposal there to move Eden forward, help Eden going forward with more proposals, with more ideas. Then the chief delegate board member can have the metrics, can have the data, can have the material to take the good decision, because it's not the chief board member on one side and the community on the other side. We have to collaborate. It's all about collaboration. So myself, it's a game. Today, for me, it's a game. I am happy. I am happy to be here. I was just disappointed that we wasn't able to reach consensus into our room, but that doesn't change for me, because I feel me as a chief Eden delegate also if I am not elected, or also if I am not elected Eden delegate level 1, that doesn't change for me, because I will continue to advocate for Eden Onios to go better forward, to collaborate with circles. And don't take wrong, Genesis Fractal by Daniel Larimer with Fractally and Eden Fractal into the middle. That's an experiment. That's for more collaboration. Will they deliver with their software on Q3 or Q4? I hope so, but I don't wait on that. We have to continue to collaborate. So I am happy to collaborate with everyone here. So it's not just about one guy. So Douglas, very happy with your temple and all your ideas, but we have to not merge our ideas, we have to connect our ideas and see how we can move the ship forward. So I am in favor of that, just to be very clear. Thank you.
I think it's clear that governance around the world is in trouble, and we need to find solutions. And not only the ones that you guys mentioned, but you also have Haifa going on. You have Telos Decide, which is sort of a governance thing as well. And we need a lot of these experiments and find out which ones really work and how to fine tune them to get them right. We've got, in my opinion, we've got until 2029 to figure it out when the whole shit collapses.
Totally. It's a mix of different solutions, and I think no one here has the crystal ball to say what is the best solution. There are a lot of solutions that we have to experiment, and that's an experiment. And Eden Onios is a beautiful thing. I am proud of the chief delegates that we have before. I will be proud also of the coming next. I am happy. And we have all to collaborate into this beautiful things that we have created. And thanks to Daniel Larimer, that he has brought up the More Equal Animal book, a good principle into this book. Then we have made our vision on that. And we have great people here. We have all the people that are here. You are all good people, and we have to collaborate together. I think it's the message after this election today: more collaboration, more engagement, more people working together, sharing together. That's what we want.
Yeah, I also think that not everyone has to be on the same exact system, just like not every country has to have the same kind of election process or whatever. That just like different countries have different cultures, I could see many different types of governance systems going on that are more towards true democracy.
And like, I have this point I'd like to bring up, that different things work for different cultures. And the best thing that we can do is to, to accept that it's never going to be one solution, and accept that like this fractal geometry has these little legs and they each move forward in their own sort of directions. And I mean, not to talk about my systems too much, but I have developed geotemporal political systems, geotemporal Croatian systems, at least, that are live for CXC. And it's basically taking 5 layers of geography, and then we could apply any sort of similar software. So the question becomes, how do we create something that's rigid enough that they can share information and learn from each other, but still flexible enough that each culture can be represented to create the system that's most beneficial in the real life sense at one place at one time? So I'm very optimistic, and I love talking about this, and I don't want to hold the mic either too much, but anybody can talk to me anytime about these type of things.
Hey, Dom. Yeah, from
Yes,
from a perspective. So what if you didn't get consensus in one room? I know we assume that, but it's what, 67%. So let's say, for instance, it was 3-2 and they couldn't come to consensus. What would happen in that event?
Yeah, a no result is a result. So you cannot have a delegate. That's an acceptable result.
Okay.
That's kind of part of it. Yeah.
To give a real life example, if Trump was in my room, I would fight tooth and nail to make sure he doesn't move up.
Right.
But whatever anyone else's opinion of it is, but just my own opinion.
Like a blocking result is something that you can do if you just think somebody's toxic or
right.
Now, as long as there's 5 in there, normally it would take 2 people to do that. I think the scary part in these small numbers is that in a room of 4, 1 person could do that. Right. Theoretically, as long as there was, no, they couldn't.
No,
because if they went 3-1, yeah, they would still lose.
So if you had 3 people and 2 said yes and 1 just abstained, then they could block.
That would be the problem. Yeah. Slow as 3. Which is why I think we've always wanted to be at least in a minimum of 4. Because it does mess with the consensus model in a way, We're getting there. I mean, to me, what's just extremely disheartening still is there's 400 members. And this is supposed to be the only requirement. When this was being conceived of, the biggest element was, let's get away from apathy, because communities typically have this problem. You let everybody in, that's great. Okay, it's democratic, it's awesome. But, in my experience, you get a big part of that crowd that does fuck all but bitch. And they drag everybody else down, but then they don't even do things like show up to elections, right? Or participate in the minimum way. And it's like, that's totally useless. It's just, and it's a slap in the face to everybody else who's working hard. I mean, if you don't like what they're doing, fine. But, to me, you got to earn a right to bitch. You got to be doing something, at least participating at the base level. If you're not, then shut up. Because what do you have to say? You're not doing anything else. I mean, it's easy to take shots at people, right? Man in the arena. It's hard to be in the arena.
Your statement is the amount of output they have relative to the amount of skin they have in the game, relative to the community.
Mm-hmm. So this was very much supposed to be fighting that, by, hey, first of all, don't bring people in who you don't know to be people who are going to take action. That's going to be their focus.
Ours got through.
Oh, great. We lowered those standards pretty quickly in favor of volume, which you don't think's helped. And then now we still don't have rules. The original rule was you miss 2 elections, you're done. It's an automatic boot. And then you can be someone could try to sponsor you down the road. But it was an auto boot. We don't have any of that now. And so, we're getting under 25% to show up to elections at this point.
Speaking of reasons why people should or shouldn't be a member, the whole annual due thing is going to be coming up. And I'm curious how that's going to play out, right? Like, is that even, that's a whole question of what happens if you don't pay your dues. Do you get like,
I'm all for kicking people if they don't pay their dues. At some level, you have to have skin in the game, whether the if people are showing up and working their tail off and they don't want to pay their dues, I'll pay their dues for them. Reach out to me, Michael Bamer. But it's from my opinion, we need skin in the game. We need people showing up and putting value or trying to provide value.
When election, go ahead, Edgar.
I just wanted to float an idea around that, about dues and about apathy and about showing up to elections. There's been talk about penalties, right? You don't show up to elections, you lose a bond or something. And we really need to think about incentives more than penalties, right? How do we incentivize people to do that? So just floating this idea around, wanted to get everyone's thoughts on it. But let's say you have your annual dues, right? Right now, we just moved them from 10 to 3 EOS. So it makes it even easier to join. But let's say it was, just for sake of argument, 10. Every time you show up to an election, you get one back, or you get a percentage back, right? So you're paying your dues, but if you actually show up, you get a discount on those dues. You get a rebate back on those dues. So that way, it's sort of like, we pay the annual fee in, but if you show up, instead of getting a penalty, you actually get part of your fee back. Obviously, this is just kind of spitballing. Haven't even looked at what that would look like in code, but this way, it's kind of an incentive to come back because you're giving your dues with time instead of dues with EOS or dues with value.
But the dues are three. I mean, it's 3 EOS, so it's $3. I mean, right now, based on. So I don't know how much that's going to.
Right. Hopefully, hopefully that's not that. Hopefully that goes up and not down. Right. It's $3 today. Let's hope that that's not the case. But what I'm getting at is an incentive that's not a stick and a carrot, right? I mean, I think we've talked about sticks and kicking people out, or making them post a bond and then losing it. That's, for me, that's not like the type of community I want to be, where it's all kind of sticks. I understand we need incentive structures, but one thing that I was thinking is how do we, you get a rebate or something similar. We've talked about an NFT for each season too, right? So like, hey, look, you've got 3 NFTs there. You've been at every single election. You can use that in your campaigning too, and be like, look, you can look at my profile. I've participated in every single one, right? So just ideas around incentives and not so much on penalties is my thoughts.
Yeah, and Edgar, we've been talking about finding some way to get DeFi rocking, and locking value in NFTs is a very legitimate thing for us to be doing if we're going to be passing NFTs around as accomplishments in this community. Say for an election, you have to put down, when you sign up for the election and say you're going to be there, you pay 5 EOS. And then when you show up to the election and participate in the election, you get an NFT, an Eden NFT with 5 EOS backing it. And then it's locked in the system. You have the ability to sell it or to liquidate it or whatever you want to do, but you should get that EOS back in the form of the appreciation token. And then it gives you the opportunity to lock that back up into the Eden DeFi system. And, if people staked their backed tokens as accomplishments, you could have hundreds of EOS being staked by different accounts for different accomplishments. And it would all add up. You wouldn't want to liquidate them, especially if down the road Eden could provide yield on those. Like you've got these NFTs that are just sitting there appreciating because they're cool. They also have intrinsic value, so they're never going to go down, and they can generate yields. Like it's a perfect system, and everybody can get behind that. And if you sign up for an election that you don't show up to, you're out 5 EOS, and everybody's happy.
I love that idea. I was just gonna jump in and say like, the financial part to get in, it is like a little bit of a barrier, and putting these hurdles does allow us to show our commitment in a real way. And like getting back at NFT, that's actually what I raised my hand to say. And I think what you're detailing is way more advanced, and we should definitely think about DeFi. I know that on Wax there is a current system that Mike D has created to allow you to stake NFTs and get money back, as well as Arland has one as well. So yeah, this tech is already existing on EOS.io, and I'm looking forward to see chief delegates how we can implement this and continue to grow. As well as final thing, like I guess the idea about lowering apathy, I think we should also think about lowering boredom or lowering or making things more exciting, right? I have this theory that like the universe just doesn't like boring. And the more that we can do that isn't boring, the more people that we're going to attract. Like I love these talks about spirituality as well as like betting, making things more fun. So the studies have shown, like with lab rats that are addicted to cocaine, that they will choose a social setting more than cocaine. So the ability for us to come together and just be social is something that's super rewarding to the human sociology, at least for mice, and it applies for humans as well. And just coming together, that's a huge benefit. So let's think about easy ways that we can come together, because Fractally as a social club was incredible. I had a great time. I loved hanging out with Patrick, hanging out with literally everybody there. Douglas Wu, like we had so much fun. And I want to see more of that at Eden, so we don't just, not see each other for 3 months and then get back together. And maybe with NFTs, we could even have the NFT get you into a chat, like lu.ma, their system, it only works with Ethereum now, but they have a system in place that you have to have an NFT to get into these like Zoom chats or whatever, right? Into these meetings. So that's an idea as well.
I don't just want to say cocaine's a hell of a drug. So I'm not sure where I'd go. I might go for the big pile of coke.
What's this about group 3? Not no decision in group 3?
Yeah, it's looking like I got a feeling that might happen.
Are people voting? I can't get it to load.
One vote for Dan is the only one that's in. So he voted for himself. Dan Singjoy, no one else had voted. One just came in. Jesse just voted for Dan.
Oh, looks like they did end up with Dan.
Yeah.
Wow, that's big.
Nice.
Well, we got a very interesting
That's the point.
mix.
Is
So-
Mo? Sorry,
Luca, Chris, nothing from group 3, but it's looking like Dan and
Han.
Han.
No, I can't vote.
Voilà.
It's still the spinning circle, not letting me.
Yeah, Mo and Bishop were both. It was consensus in the room. They're just, as Mo said, can't get it to work.
There's, I mean, I'd say you could wait till that spinner stops, but if you want to try and vote directly on the contract, you can do that as well. There's they
We
linked
can
it.
vote through blocks. Yeah.
There's a link for that in the members chat.
I put the link in the Zoom chat as well.
Yeah, I think we got our work cut out for us a little bit with just seeing that we certainly need some help here. Something about the load balancer. That's what Todd Fleming from Clarion was talking about.
So Dan made it. So we do have 4. I think the most exciting thing I'm seeing about this is Luca and myself. We have very different views on how Eden might want to proceed.
No problem with that.
Let's
Stop
talk about
with
it. I'd
that.
love to hear
Stop
the
with that.
different views.
That's good. That's very good.
I don't see a problem because for the split consensus is basically whatever I am arguing for. It doesn't stop anybody else to just like do it together more than me or something like that.
Yeah, it's not a problem. I meant it'll be interesting. That's all. It'll make for some
Right.
good.
I agree.
Have different views, which is good. That's what it's all about.
To be honest, I didn't expect I would come this far.
I like about it, Luca, is now we can just get into you if you don't get it done. We're gonna be able to attack you. You're very public now. You're a big chief delegate.
Sure, do it.
I know. Hey
Luca
man,
thrives on being
engagement's the first thing. Engagement's the first thing. Anybody who engages, I have total respect for. Whether they think I'm an asshole or disagree with me or I disagree with them, I don't care. If you engage, that's what matters. That's the most important.
Where are you based, Luca?
Slovenia.
Slovenia.
Oh,
cool.
Europe. People don't know where it is. It's a small country, like right off Italy, basically.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's nice.
Well, that's the other thing we were talking about that at the beginning that gets overlooked. There's probably at least 10, 12, maybe 15 different countries that were represented, just amongst our crowd. We're so used to it being global, but that's not the case for lots of situations. So I think that's very cool.
So are all the new chief delegates present in this room currently? I see Han, I see Luca, I see Chris, and where's Sinjoy? Is he in there? There he is. Hey, Dan.
All right.
Should we
Lovejoy.
open the floor to these guys to have their?
I was just about to say absolutely. Thanks for the opportunity to try to help out and make it happen. It looks like we did it, so that's great. But I'd like to let the CDs kind of take over from here. Have at it, gentlemen.
Yeah, thanks so much. I'm honored to be a chief delegate, and I really appreciate everybody joining this Eden election. It's been an amazing experience, and I'm looking forward to doing as much as possible to help the Eden community. And super excited about what we're doing. So I'd be happy to answer a question or anything like that. But for now, I'll just say thanks to you everybody so much, and looking forward to an amazing next 3 months and much longer as well.
Do you want to speak to sort of what you're looking to do? We can kind of do our respective pitches, as it were.
Sure, I could do that. Should I do that now, or would anybody like to give some other introductory words first? If you'd like to, Chris or Luca or Han.
Oh, you might as well go ahead, man. You got the floor.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. So I was running primarily to help support the Eden Fractal. The Eden Fractal have been weekly meetings that we've been using generally with the Fractally process with the Eden community to help Eden and help EOS for the past 5 weeks or so. They've been really exciting and really successful. There's been probably about 20 Eden members or so, or 30 Eden members, 28 members in total who have been joining, and we're looking to grow this. And it's a great way. We're meeting every week, and everybody's earning EOS and Eden Respect and NFTs. I shared a presentation during the meetings, which I'd be happy to share at some point, which shares much more details about the Eden Fractal and why I think it will be so helpful for Eden and EOS. And then also in my room was Jesse. So Jesse shared a proposal earlier this week to start a Eden growth circle, a growth Eden marketing networking group, and expand the focus of Eden to be a networking group as well, where people who don't know much about EOS or Eden can join and meet people who are interested in crypto and share what they're interested in and so forth. And so I think that this proposal is really great. Jesse is planning to start doing probably a half-hour networking meeting at the beginning of the Wednesday Fractal meetings, and then I think eventually branch that off into a kind of an Eden marketing fractal. So I think that's super helpful, and I agreed to help support Jesse's project. So I believe that I'll be using half the funding to help support the Eden fractal and half the funding to support Jesse's initiative with the Growth Eden networking initiative.
I am very happy. I am very happy, Dan, that you are a chief delegate. Very happy, because that's going to the direction of the Eden Fractal. That's going to the direction to support also Jesse Jaffe with Grow Eden. That's what I was advocating for in my home. So I am a fucking chief delegate in the blood. Yeah, and I will continue to sustain there, because
I need to Google that. I'm not
yeah, I am sustaining Dan now since 5 weeks, 4 weeks, and maybe more, with Eden Fractal, and also Jesse Jaffe of EOSBs. So I will continue to do what I do to sustain you, Dan, Jesse, and yeah, Chris also. So we are just amazing group, and we have to continue to do what we think is good for this Eden on EOS. So
thanks,
very
Patrick.
happy to be with you, Dan.
All right, maybe
Thank you very
we
much,
want to
Patrick.
the other chief delegates, and then we can open it up to other heartwarming speeches. Luca, do you want to go?
Yeah, sure. You hear me? Yes. Okay, so yeah, basically I was running on, well, basically keeping EOS more, Eden more in a way that it is right now. So just using CDs to delegate money to the things that are needed. I had like a list. Some guys saw it. I can read it, but well, basically just maintaining the code, finding the money to maintain the code. I was saying we also need to simplify the onboarding. Well, for instance, we should remove the inductions step, the video part, not the witnesses part, just to be clear. And also, basically, we need the Spend Explorer. So that's something I think Edgar is doing. So I will try to support that as much as I would be able to. And then I also suggest that my team can build the Telegram bot that will help basically notify people to sign at the right time. That will check if they are already participating or not, and it will notify them. Then that it will also give them invite to the group. Bot can make, we can make it to make Telegram groups. People can just join via the link, and then they can join the video in that group. So that will make maintaining all this much easier. There is much less buttons in Telegram videos, and also it's much easier to record and so on. So that's something we can do fairly cheaply, and I would suggest, well, I'll basically just use at least half of the money to build that, and then we'll try to integrate. First test it, see that everybody agrees that it's good or not, and then maybe integrate. And that basically should again help with making the elections more automated and easier for like public to just follow it, basically. Because right now you kind of need to know which group you be in and so on, and website right now doesn't work that well, but that's fine. Also, basically Zoom is kind of a problem because it just doesn't, it just expires at the wrong time, and also the link thing is kind of weird, to be honest. Yeah, so that's my pitch, and I'm basically looking forward to just then sync with everybody else on other issues that do need global consensus.
Awesome. Han, do you want to go next?
Yeah. I mean, I'm feeling very honored to be ended up elected as a CD, one of the CD. And actually, my intention to run for this election was for the project that I've been running with my voters. You know, you guys know, all of us know that EOS has been suffering for the governance for such a long time, with the, you know, votes from the exchanges, right? And then, you know, there in the course of the past 4 or 5 years, many genuine VP has to leave the community for the lack of the ability to make money within the system after paying like good amount of money, 80% of the money to those exchanges, for which in turn goes to the voters for the mere 2 to 3% APR. And then I couldn't leave the EOS community myself because I know that, you know, there is so much EOS tokens sitting in Korean exchanges idly. You know, everybody, you guys know that, you know, there's a 15% of tokens in Upbit, and then maybe 5 to 10% in Bithumb. And then, you know, if you think that blockchain is all about legitimacy generating tool, I think it is very important to, you know, how we govern ourselves is in a right, done in a right way. So, and for me to engage with these exchanges, me being in the delegate, chief delegate, who is elected in a legitimate way, gives me a foothold to engage in a more proper way. So, and I think that this is the first reason. And then the second reason for running the election was that, you know, Eden has been, you know, trying to figure out what's its role in the whole EOS ecosystem, is in the broader context of the, you know, EOS DAO, you know, big DAO ecosystem, right? And then it's been, we've been considered if Eden is just a fund allocation system, or is it a political decision-making system? And then its fund is depending on the ENF solely, right? So it doesn't go in anywhere because it's depending on how ENF is working. And I personally believe that ENF has been doing such a great job so far throughout the history, in a mere 1 year of history. You know, there's so many good initiatives like all the EOSIO Plus projects and Wallet Plus, you know, Yield Plus and EVM, and it's adding so much momentum in the ecosystem. And if Eden can work in tandem with ENF by giving it communities legitimate voice, how steering how ENF has to work out as an executive body within the ecosystem, I think Eden can achieve lots of, it's gonna do its role it's supposed to do. So I think as Eden community, and with this Eden community, me being a part of the chief delegate, talk to the exchanges, and then, we elect those VPs who have faces, communicate with the community, people, real people, not engaging with the vote compromise. And it gives me tremendous amount of integrity and accountability to the whole ecosystem. So that's how we put a first button in a shirt in a right position, so that the second button, third button on the shirt mapped on its right place. So it's really about aligning the its alignment. So I think EOS within a couple of months, I really hope to see things falls on its right place in different ways. And I think as we get that right, there's going to be so much harmonious thing can unfold, in my belief. And there's Max Cho and Jonggyun, and there's a lot of Korean community members who's been working so hard so far, and I think they has to be more empowered. So I also believe that I have to support them. So those are three things. So it's really about harmony, and I'm really glad that I've been knowing Luca for such a long time. I've been to Chris' place myself in person. I never get to talk to Dan Singjoy so far, but then I'm very honored to work with all of you. And, so I'll do my best to what I can do for the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Han.
Thank you, Han.
Congrats, Han.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll do my what I'm representing. So I am very much a fan of moving Eden forward as something that looks like an organization. I'm unabashedly willing to put that out there. I think we need to have, like right now, where do you send someone? You've got your grandmother, whatever. Hey, join Eden. Maybe she's a bad example. A friend who's closer in age. Join Eden. Okay, where do I learn more about this Eden thing? I'm not sure where to send them. I don't know what's the website you send them to that explains and is a quick TLDR. Why become an Eden member? What are we trying to do as an organization? That is completely missing. And I think that's an opportunity. So what I want to do in the next 3 months, because it's achievable in 3 months, is to work to create a proper top of funnel, a proper website that describes what we are, what we're doing, why you should join us, what's unique about this community, why become a member. From there, if we're successful in doing that, we bring in new members. We actively try to bring new people. We get the word out about what Eden is, and we bring in new users into the ecosystem. That becomes an objectively measurable KPI that we can point to the network to say, we would like more funding. We would like more support, because look what we did. We started with 400 or 420 members. Not everyone's participating. We've got low participation turnout. There's apathy here. I think some people signed in and they haven't checked the chat forever, as far as I can tell. So we need to kind of clean out folks who maybe aren't participating, and then, without getting the cleaning out part, whatever, that's a whole separate kind of worms, but at least bringing in new people. And then we can point and say, look, we've added 100 members in 3 months, and they're new people to EOS, and they're not bots. We didn't game it, because look, real humans, this is part of what we're bringing, is a real human layer. So I'd like to do that. I'd like to, and then to make that happen, well, how do we do it? I like to use the circles, this holacracy system. It's not top down. It's creating a framework of roles that people can voluntarily choose to come in and fulfill. And then those roles are create the website, create the copy, work on Twitter copy, work on basically creating this attraction method to bring people in. You can use the Fractally method to compensate people in those roles. I think there's a way we can tie this real-time compensation of work done in the past, which is what Fractally does, versus what we're doing here in Eden. Like, there's a way we can marry those together. How we do the roles is through Haifa DAO's tool. So I've been in contact with the people, the main folks from Haifa DAO, and they're willing to allow Eden to be part of the alpha test group of Haifa. So I'm going to facilitate that relationship, and it's voluntary. Those who want to participate can, and we will use, it's built on Telos, so your Anchor wallet will work. I'm a Telos Foundation board member. To those who don't know, I'm involved in both communities because I see EOS.io as a collective, this technology stack is what I'm a fan of. I'm not dogmatic about one versus the other. I think we can all survive together and flourish together. So I'll help people. As part of my commitment is to help people start a Telos account if they don't have one, to then use the interface and the UI with the Haifa tool to then assign. Haifa has this option for badges. So there's this NFT badge thing, which we can relate that to the NFT circle that Chuck and Mo were speaking about in my previous room. Well, Chuck wasn't, but Mo was. And so I think we can use the Haifa tool, create this semblance of circles and organizations, continuing what the chief delegates have started. We can overlap the Fractally method to compensate people in those roles. So we don't use the Haifa tool explicitly, like it doesn't really have that built in, but we just leverage the tools as we have them and try to move ourselves forward as something that has the semblance of an organization, so we can actually try to draw new members. If we're too random, if we're too disjointed, and I don't think we get anything done collectively. And if we want to see this thing move forward and actually shine on the public stage and move this democratic process forward in the eyes of people, we need to get into there. We got to get in front of them, and we got to have a compelling reason to draw them in. The other thing, that once we get there and we have this awesome website to point people to that's clean and it explains exactly what we're here for, I've been in contact with James Corbett from the Corbett Report as one higher level influencer in the freedom space. And he does this great Solutions Watch series. I think, no guarantees, but I think I can get onto his show, and that'll expose us to tens or hundreds of thousands of his followers to like, hey, here's this tool of consensus amongst these freedom loving groups, which is what he's sort of focused on, to say, oh, this Eden thing is awesome. Turns out it's on an EOS blockchain. That doesn't even need to be the focus, but that'll be one of the net outcomes of that is we get this, again, hey, network, look what we did. We brought in a bunch more people to look at EOS again. They might've heard of it 2 years ago or 3 years ago. Hey, we're on the, and all that other narrative stuff, the comeback, community taking control of the code, all of that becomes subliminally there to these new potential users. But it starts with Eden is an awesome consensus mechanism. It's this great thing that these freedom loving communities should use and incorporate. And here's where you learn about it, our new website. So that's basically what I'd like to do. Yeah, that's it in a nutshell.
You rock, Chris Barnes.
Thanks, man.
All right, the randomizer's in process, just FYI. So in 2 hours, we call the contract and we'll get the head chief delegate selection.
So do we have questions from folks to?
Can I jump in for a second?
Absolutely. Yep. Take it away.
I was so happy to be in a room with Dan, and I'm thrilled to see him as a chief delegate. I'm a big fan of what he's been doing, but we had some difficulties in our room. And I just think that there's an interesting kind of thing with voting in the beginning to make sure that your vote is cast. And that is juxtaposed with, I don't want to cast my vote yet because I want to hear everyone. I think this is like a balance as we go through our elections in our rooms, that we need to find a really good balance. I think as our technology is still maturing, we need to vote earlier. And so we almost didn't make it, guys. Like, this was very, I'm so happy that we actually were able to reach consensus, but if everyone voted earlier, then that wouldn't have been a problem.
Yeah, I'd like to jump in and add to that. Yeah, so, that room did reach unanimous consensus, even though my vote didn't get casted. When I went to vote, because Dan hadn't had his vote in for himself, it didn't allow me to cast it, and I was having to do it manually. And on top of all the stressfulness of not being able to see the timer. So hopefully, going into the next election, we can fix these kind of key issues. Because part of me started thinking like, well, what would have happened if we didn't, like it didn't go through? Technically we can force the smart contract, I think, to allow our consensus to have Dan as the chief delegate, but I don't know if that opens up a can of worms that we really would prefer not to have to deal with. But yeah, I just want to give a big shout out though to Dan. I've been working with him closely as well, and you deserve it, man. You've been grinding, and it's nice to see this system, working. And big shout out to all, and congratulations to all the chief delegates as well. And I'm excited to see what you guys do.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Felix. It's been a huge pleasure working with you, and it's been such a thrill. And also Jesse too. Thank you so much for kind words. And I also agree with the idea of fixing that in some way. Like, I know with the Eden Fractal and Fractally, you can vote for an hour afterwards, which kind of makes it a bit less stressful, which might be something to consider for the future. But yeah, that's something that we should definitely consider on a logistical level, because it always makes, I think all my Eden rounds have been like stressful at the very end, it seems like, with the technology. But the technology aside, I really appreciate it, Felix, and Jesse, and everybody in the group too. And I'm really looking forward to working with you all more.
I have a question for the CDs, if now's a good time for that. Dan, were you going to say something?
Sure, I wasn't going to say anything.
Well, I was going to say Douglas Bootner had his hand up. It was hard to see through the background.
Oh, yeah.
His hand is up, so maybe we'll let him go.
I'll raise my hand.
I'll be very quick. Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, follow up with Chris and say, like, I do think that we get there together when it comes to EOSIO blockchains. And the more that we can, prove this, like you're saying, prove it with first Eden, the more we can benefit everybody. And I love everything coming out of the the ENF, the various papers, and how we are all coming together. And I would like to see that more reflected here. So thank you for that. And I look forward to hearing more in the chief delegate meetings.
Awesome. Thank you, Douglas.
Thanks, Tim.
Lovejoy.
Hey, everybody. Real quickly, one of the things I was running, I kind of was hardly running, and I'm really glad about the selection of Jose from our group. But one of the initiatives that I was kind of wanted to push was just better documentation of the Eden smart contract itself. And I think that's an initiative I can still work on, perhaps with Edgar and some other people that are familiar with that, and make sure that GitHub has all the appropriate documentation and stuff. So I'll continue to work on that. And if anyone else here is interested in that or has, the requisite knowledge for helping with that, let me know. And we can maybe form a little working group or collaborate with the current chief delegates to work on that. My question for the chief delegates is, knowing what you know of each other, what are some points of synergy that you see that you can leverage between each other? So what are some ways in which you feel you'll be able to work with the other chief delegates that will be of benefit to Eden?
I'll start. No one's going to jump in. So let's see. Individually, who I'm looking at first. Dancing Joy. I really love Dancing Joy. I love his passion and his heart, and he's absolutely here for the right reason. He's also very sensible. He has an opinion and he's willing to argue. We've had some interesting debates, we can say, in the Eden expansion group, which he's been an active participant in. And I think it's great. So the synergies with Dan, I think, are we both want Eden as a process to be successful. We both see the value in unique individuals contributing together. And so I think we're very much aligned there. So that's that. Luca is a guy who gets things done. So I can definitely personally absolutely synergize with that. One of the things that I'd like to improve upon from the last set of CDs, when I was taking the notes, one of the fields in the notes was action items. And I noticed that at the end of most of the calls, I didn't really have anything to put there. It wasn't quite deliberate where there was like a project manager sort of like, okay, who's doing what exactly? Let's report on that next meeting. And so I would like to sort of see us do that more as a set of chief delegates, voluntary, of course, but I think that would be good if we could have some action items that are focused around what to support Eden. I mean, again, we're all here for individual projects. My project is Eden. And if we can get the other chief delegates, including Luca, to sort of look at what do we do for Eden each and every week, then I think he's the guy who gets things done. So I can certainly respect that, even though we may have some differences of opinion about the structure and whatever, that's fine. Like we will work through those. But the fact we're moving forward with progress, absolute synergy with Luke there. And then Han is just another one of those awesome human beings who I don't think I've ever argued with about anything. So I mean, there's huge synergy there. I'm completely supportive of My Bodios. I've helped get that thing moving, and I love Han quite a bit as well. So tons of synergy there. Just as a human being, I think we'll have a lot of success, and I'm pretty excited. Who wants to go next? Luca, take it away. Do the call out.
To be honest, with Dan, I need to check what Dan is actually doing. So I will use our next meetings to get everybody to know, to see what they are actually working on and how we can synergize there. But I will say with Barnes, I will say that he will allow me to just I will just pick my lane, and I will do that. So I'm more than happy that others will do their lanes. So from that perspective, for instance, I'm not good on marketing. I don't know anything about it. So I'm glad that others can do it, and it's not my fault that marketing doesn't work. So it will be their fault.
Well said. Yeah. What about Han? Any have you interacted with Han much, Luca?
Yeah, a bit. But right. I don't know I don't know much about him. be honest. We talk on Telegram a bit, but yeah.
Okay, great. Han, do you want to go next?
I mean, I never been on any position in Eden so far. So I think there's a lot of things to catch up, like with the new bylaw and then the vision template thing, and also identity of Eden in the EOS ecosystem. And I'm so glad that Luca, as Chris just said, I know, although we didn't talk too much before, but I know that Luca has been, a guy who get things done, right? And Dan Singjo, I never talked to you too much also, but listening to what others say about you, like I'm just glad. And I'm very confident that I have Chris, who knows the in and outs of Eden so far throughout from the test election. So I'm very confident. And then I see there's so many synergetic thing can happen within couple of months. Lots of momentum. I'm just so glad. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Han. Dan Singjoy.
Thank you, Han, and thank you, Chris, and thank you, Luca. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to working with all of you, and I also appreciate the kind words very much too. Yeah, I'm super excited. So I suppose I'll start with Chris. Chris, I appreciate the kind words, and we've spoken a lot, and I always enjoy working with you. It's always really fun, and we're very aligned. And so, yeah, I'm really excited to be working with you more closely. And I love your passion for Eden and your ideas too. I think we'll work together and be like super helpful for Eden and EOS as a whole. And Luca, I've been following you, and we've interacted. I'm also Dogman on Telegram, who you might be more familiar with. But, yeah. So
didn't connect.
We've interacted here and there, and I've been following your Telegram messages for I don't know, like years, and I always very much appreciate your opinions on Telegram, and I've also been following your work with Port. And so I'm very much looking forward to working with you as well. And then Han, I don't think we've ever interacted really, but I've been following you for a long time. I remember back when I was like first getting into EOS, I think when I was first getting into EOS, like a long time ago, I remember looking into your work with Node 1, and I watched some of your videos with the My Vote EOS lately, and I listened to your past Eden elections and stuff like that. And so I love your enthusiasm and everything that you're doing for EOS and Eden. So yeah, I'm thrilled to be working with all three of you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Dan. Michael, great question, Lovejoy. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks, Lovejoy.
Thanks, Christopher, and congrats to all the new chief delegates. So the question I have, and it's for all of you, is basically, what are your thoughts on our proposed bylaw changes? And do you plan to vote for them? And also, what's your thoughts on the Eden Member Service, the pooling of resources? Are you going to make use of them? And if so, to what extent?
Thank you, Michael. Would you like to speak to that first, Chris?
No.
Anybody else, or should I?
Go ahead. Yeah, that's great.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. So thank you so much, Michael, for the amazing term for stuff and all your great work in the past 3 months. I really, really appreciate it. And also thank you for setting up the Bywire with the town hall with Felix and I. That's been an amazing experience. And yeah, thank you so much for everything. And then to answer your questions, so the bylaws, I've heard good arguments in both ways. Like, I think that the most contentious issue has been the idea of increasing the disbursement rate from 5% to 15%. And I'm not 100% sure what I think is best. I've heard Felix and Andrew Ware share some compelling arguments that they think it should be slower. Also, Vlad shared a very compelling argument in my first room about having it higher, and I've seen Dominic and Luca and many people share it as well. So I think I'm leaning towards approving that, but I'm also open to discussing that with the delegates, and I'm not entirely sure. And as far as the Eden member services and structure, I'm very inspired Well, first off, I think that the Eden member service can work very well, and I appreciate you putting together that very detailed proposal. Oh, and also your speech yesterday was amazing too. I forgot to mention that. And I'm very inspired with the idea of combining holacracy with fractal governance and fractals. James Mart, who's a great EOS developer, and he also works with Fractally now, he shared an article about 6 months ago called, I believe, Persistent Roles in Fractal Governance. And what he was advocating for there was basically like having circles, basically having holacracy, and having holacracy where there's fractal events where people can meet every week and use the Eden process, use the Fractally week to disperse funding and respect and so forth, which I think is a really great, like credibly neutral way to do it, and a way that's very decentralized and democratic. I think that in some cases it can make sense to do it for a specific contractor, like in the case of Adenia with a specific developer who's really knowledgeable of things. And so sometimes just going with the traditional method can be really helpful as well. So yeah, overall, I'm in support of it. And I'm also very much looking forward to building fractals, because I'm envisioning that Eden is, like Chuck made a great metaphor at the end of the chief delegate call from this week about how Eden is like a tree, and we're kind of just growing and we're getting the rings in our tree, and we're getting older and we're learning more and we're building more about Eden. And now we're also starting to branch off acorns to build more trees and to grow more trees. And I think that many of us, if not all of us, are very excited about this process and how this process can empower communities around the world. And so I think that combining circles with the idea of new communities using this process will be super helpful. And then also using circles as needed to do specific jobs as well can also be very helpful. And I think that increasing the funding disbursement rate will most likely be helpful for that, but I'm not, I'm still making my mind about that. I hope that answered your question and it wasn't too long of an answer.
That was an incredible answer. Thank you very much, Dan. That was very thought through and erudite. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Michael.
I can go next if we're not all jumping at once. So I am supportive of your bylaw proposal. I am definitely, I understand that there's a difference of opinion on 5% versus 15. I'm of the opinion that if we want to get things done, we need funding to do it. And so there's an argument that says the price of EOS might go up. So if we draw from our treasury too soon, we lose that future opportunity. I'm, bird in the hand. As
not investors.
Right. And
oops, sorry. I didn't know it was on.
Well, it's true. We're not investors, right? We're a community trying to get things done. And we do that with funding in the end. I mean, we've got to pay people to do these jobs. And so I'm supportive of 15%. If we can draw down the treasury faster and actually get something done, then great. And again, it's this idea of being able to objectively measure what we get done. We need to have objective KPIs so we can go to the network like a professional organization, essentially, right? We don't want to be too fluffy about this and say, look, here's exactly what we did. We've made this website. This, again, my pitch, we've made this website. We brought in new users. We've increased participation. Now give us more funding. That is a narrative that I think we can sell and work with. And it's hard to argue with. There's a few people in the EOS community who don't believe in Eden. And so that's fine, right? But let's prove them wrong. Let's say, no, you know what? Look what we've done. I've seen a bunch of comments. What has Eden done? What have we done? That's a hard answer. You could say the bees. Has Eden done the bees? Well, we contributed to the bees. But Eden isn't the cause of the bees, right? We've supported the bees, but so has Pomelo and Jesse's an Eden member. And we could say EOS support. Well, not true. I mean, yeah, we've supported EOS support. Not too many supports, but I don't think we can say Eden has made EOS support. I don't think that's a connection we can draw. What we could say is we've added new members. Unarguable, that is an objective measurement that we did that. So I think the support, I think having 15% facilitates the ability to do more. So I support that. And then the Eden member circles, the services thing is exactly how we then do it. So it's like, okay, we want to do something. How do we organize ourselves? If we're too decentralized, if it becomes disorganized. I mean, the D in a DAO can be a disorganized autonomous organization, not decentralized. So I think we have to find this, and this was a narrative that Eve had used for the necessity of having the ENF being a centralized organization. anything, and Chuck says this all the time, anytime we accomplish something, it's through a centralized action. We just have to accept that. And centralized versus decentralized is a spectrum. So, and it's also about future goals versus current state. We want to become more decentralized in the future. Okay, fine. But we got to start with a semblance of centralization here. Someone needs to create the website. Someone needs to create the copy. Someone needs to this needs to be done with a central view and a central focus. So I think that the Eden Member Services is how we do that. Like, we have a vote. We have Dominic here who's working on the election. That's great. That's kind of centralized. The CDs have selected Dominic to do that. The CDs have selected Adania to work on the code. If that wasn't done, who's doing it? Do we just leave it up and hope that someone steps in and joins a Fractal meeting that says, hey, I started working on the code? That's putting a lot of chance in the air. And I don't think that's a recipe for success. Han, Luca, you guys want to go next?
I mean, I just saw the proposed the bylaw proposal, and then I, just a rule of thumb, I don't see any objection right off the bat. But then I just wanted to ask, like, the process, what kind of changes you made so far, why, that kind of thing. I want to ask first to know the intention behind it. Maybe you don't have to answer right now, but then I can do my own homework later. But on the surface, I don't see any objection.
You need anything?
No, mi amor.
Okay, and Luca, do you want to go? And then maybe
Yeah, sure. Pascal. Okay, so first comment, the 11th point. So increasing the distribution, I'm for it. The reason is that basically ENF kind of give it like a green light with their comments that basically there is enough money in EOS treasury, in Eden treasury. So that basically means first, you guys should first use this money, then ask for more. So in that, with that respect, I think increasing it makes total sense. For the 10 point, basically creating the namespace accounts, right? This is probably meant for circles, if I understand correctly. I mean, in my opinion, it doesn't hurt anybody, so I will be for it. But I will try not to use it, basically. To be honest, I don't really believe that we should make consensus together, but we should try to split it. So in this case, basically, people could just say, well, I like this proposal, I will give it money to this. Will you guys follow? Yes, no. If no, we can stop funding it. If yes, others can join. If it's not enough money, we can wait enough months so the money basically accumulates so that it is enough, and so on. So from my perspective, the point of Eden experiment is basically split consensus so that we are not trying to reach global consensus often. But I will not be a pain in the ass here. So if other CDs want to basically use those circles and basically those accounts, they can do it. I would just decide separately if I join the round or not. Did that answer the questions?
Yep, that was great. I guess the only question I would have then is, like, would you agree with using or pooling your resources in order to ensure the next election is run, to make sure there's enough resources in place for the next election?
Yeah. I had like a list for. I didn't read it, but yeah, that's so maintaining the code, running the elections, paying for this stream, and so on. These are some basic things that basically everybody just should support, or I don't know what they are doing on this position, to be honest.
So I'll give Edgar a chance. I'll say one thing that I think we should touch on. We don't have to do it right now, but we should talk about it. When talking about the bylaws, so this 15%, the actual written line here, it's number 11. It says treasury disbursements shall be 15% of the Genesis.Eden treasury each month. What it doesn't say is where those funds go. So currently 5% is distributed to the delegates, and it's split amongst the delegate hierarchy. It's increasing the total distribution to 15. That means there's 10% that, by this strictest definition of these words, it's not allocated. So we do have an opportunity as chief delegates to decide, does that 10% go to just the chief, to all delegates and split equally and it just that pool? Or it could do something else. And I'll leave that to us. I don't think we need to have an answer right away, but that's something we actually get to choose.
Can I
have an answer. So from my perspective, it needs to use the same proportions, basically. Otherwise, it's just, I don't know, like stealing.
To give you an idea of what our intention was, the intention was not to change the mechanisms that are in place today. So it's to Lucas' point, it will be exactly as it is now, but just an increase to 50%, and then you voluntarily pool it. That was my intention when putting forward this change. It's up to you guys how you interpret it, but that was what I intended.
Okay, awesome. Anyway, just a nuance to consider. It's not explicitly worded, but fair enough. Edgar, do you want to go your hands up?
I just wanted to, well, first, congratulate all the new CDs, and we look forward to working with you on this transition. One point on what the intention was, I think Michael just mentioned it, but it's really to accelerate, right? Just to accelerate the velocity of how much we can get things done, and using the mechanism we have, which is pulling from that every month, and hopefully making us run faster and longer. So that's the intention behind that. My question for the new CDs, incoming CDs, is we're currently in a handoff period, right? We've already handed off the active permissions from the original development team, the namespace, and we're about to have to take on the other services that allow our process to run. So that includes, the Zoom account, the Pinata account, the IPFS account, the GitHub repo, the web app that currently runs on AWS, the container microchain, all these services that allow us to run, right? How do you plan to coordinate and to take ownership of these assets and make sure that we're continuing to run this in 3 months? I think this is a huge point. And I'd just like to hear your thoughts on how we're gonna manage this handover from the Fractally team to the current team. And I'll just mention, there is a hard cutoff here. I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but from what I understand, it's at the end of this month. So we really have only a few weeks to figure out how to complete this process and this handover. Again, congratulations. And I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Edgar. I really appreciate it. And I'd also just like to take the opportunity just to say thank you to all the past chief delegates, both in the second term and the first term. I know I thanked Michael personally before, but I really appreciate your work, Edgar and Chuck and Gracie and Brock, as well as Lovejoy and Jesse and Randall. And I feel like I'm forgetting somebody, even though I listened to them a million times right now. And of course, Chris is there. And there's one person who I'm certainly forgetting right now who's done amazing work. But yeah, thank you so much.
John Williamson.
John Williamson. Yes, thank you, Lovejoy. Yeah, so I just wanted to say thank you there. And then as far as that, that's news to me. So I haven't really thought about that much. And thank you for bringing that to our attention, Edgar. I'd be curious if the other chief delegates have thoughts about this. But otherwise, I'm just looking forward to thinking about this more and exploring it with the community.
And Aaron Cox, in case he wasn't mentioned.
Aaron Cox, thank you so much, Lovejoy. I respect him so much, as well as John, and I listened to them. I listened to all you guys' calls, and they were amazing. But just coming off the top of my head, I couldn't remember everybody's name.
Han or Luca, do you guys want to respond?
Luca, you go first.
Sure.
You go first.
I mean, I'm not completely sure, but generally speaking, we should probably ask for who wants to do it. We can fork the ENF grant proposal thing, so they can just fill it up we can see what is there, and then we just say that I will give money to this team that will hand it off. For me, that's it. We just need to move forward quickly, and I will not complicate things.
Go ahead, Han. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, fine. So the one thing about going to the ENF for a grant is an entity needs to do that. So the grant can't be submitted from a DAO. Like, we don't have a legal entity, and that process has to be considered. It's the only reason.
Sorry. Can I just I meant basically just forking their proposal system, so we can use it for ourselves. So not going to ENF.
Okay.
Just propose it to us, basically, to see this, but then we can use their system, because they thought about it a long time. They write it over, they run it over a couple of times, so it's pretty built out, basically.
Got it.
Sorry.
Okay, well, yeah, that's an interesting idea too. I mean, essentially it's an RFP process, and thus far it's been manual from the previous set of CDs. We did an attempted RFP to build a website, which had no respondents. And then the first set, the second set had also did a couple of successful RFPs. Edenia with Edgar was one, and Dominic was the other with the election. So I'm of the opinion that these circles have already defined these roles to exist. So the technical team that's currently doing the contract upgrades, I would like to remain, if they're willing to maintain that lead of that circle to perform that function. They could voluntarily choose to do that, and us as CDs would then vote to maintain Edgar's appointment as the lead of that circle. And then anything that falls into that, we support him. And so in terms of how we fund it, that's another question. We need to figure out how to do that. I know all of my chief delegate funding is directly going to be ported over to all of this. Is it enough? That's a question. I don't know if it's enough. And then can Edenia do a Pomelo pitch to also procure more funding from the collective to support that circle? Perhaps. Is it a public good? I don't know. I guess it's all open source, so maybe it would be. So I think that would be a good thing, where we as Eden and chief delegates could support these circles to do Pomelo pitches and encourage our community to then give some of our level 1 delegates to support and give some of their funding to these. I don't know if that answers the question, Edgar, but in the end, I think I would like to see you guys continue with the great work you've done and continue to maintain the code if you're willing to do it. And there's enough capital to support that.
I myself never really thought about this topic too deeply, but then if it involves the establishing a legal entity in Wyoming or whatsoever, I have a good friend in Wyoming who launched the DAO, so maybe we can ask help from them. And also, as far as I know, the problem with the handing over the keys was one of the from Dan's side, handing over the key was he wants to get the permission or approval from the existing VPs, if I'm correct. But if I end up working with the Korean exchanges properly in time, I don't know how many weeks are left, but then if it ends up succeed within given time frame, maybe we can talk to new VPs or whomever. That's all I can say at the moment.
Yeah, thank you very much for all the input. There is no right answer to this, right? I just wanted to highlight it because it is time sensitive. So the more that we start talking about these and figuring paths, but again, there's no right or wrong answer. I don't have the answer. So appreciate your thoughts, and I'm glad that I brought it up because it is something that we need to talk about. Being independent also means taking ownership of your infrastructure. And I think that's something that we need to figure out sooner rather than later. But again, thank you very much. I think all those approaches together will work.
I want to say, having been the liaison between Eden and the ENF for the RFPs that got approved, we need to get that process together and much better. It took a lot of work all week, literally just to do the basics there, just to get the proposals into a condition that Eve felt were satisfactory, and I don't blame him. And just the way we go about it, in the future, if there's going to be initiatives coming out of Eden that we want to then bring to the ENF for direct funding, we need to create a professional process for that. And I have a lot of notes. I'll share that with you guys. Just was waiting, but I'll put that together this week and get a draft of what I think that should look like based on my experience. And Chris is also right in that I was selected to act as a general contractor on behalf of everybody else because, Eve can't give money to no one. It just doesn't work in the real world. There has to be an entity because he has to expense it. He has to have his books in order. And so there's ways to do that. I provided that service. I have a company. It's not a problem. Other people would probably do the same thing maybe, but we certainly need to get that down if we want to have some sort of direct funding from the ENF on occasion.
Yeah. Okay. Just before we get to more questions, I just wanted to say one thing here. So in terms of how we communicate, I think that as chief delegates, the last set, you guys did a really, really great job of being efficient with your meetings and far more deliberate. And I think that's something that we should model with our set of 4 is we try to keep these weekly meetings short, to the point. But then beyond that, there's also people who liked the longer discussions of philosophy and debating bigger ideas. So maybe we have a weekly meeting, and this is something we can decide. We don't have to do it right now, but a weekly meeting that's short, to the point, hour or so. Then we could do every 2 weeks, once a month, or maybe every 3 weeks, a longer 2-hour meeting, 2.5 hour. We can get into philosophy, talk about ideas. That's one thing we could try to do. Beyond that, though, something that I'm actively now, I'm chatting with Eve. We mentioned ENF a few times. I would like to really formalize the relationship between Eden as an organization and the ENF. We didn't see that the first set of CDs. We never really did that. The last set hasn't also really done that publicly. So I think a nice public could be live streamed even. I know Eve is not shy to have things recorded and edited. He's an honest guy, straight up. So I think we could have a live discussion, and he's willing to do it tomorrow. So he's got internet issues today. He's been trying to get on. He's not able to be here. He'd say this himself. So I'm just a proxy here and trying to. So I don't know if you guys have Han, Luca, Dan, if you're available tomorrow, we can work this out. Perhaps we can have our first meeting tomorrow. If not, he's away Monday through Wednesday, so we could try Thursday or Friday. But I think one of the first things we want to do is let's create a means of dialogue with the ENF. Let's put out some intentions. Let's put out this idea that we would like to receive more support from the network. Let's talk about how does that work? What are some milestones that from Eve's view, he'd like to see us achieve as Eden? And we can get that conversation started right away. So we're actively pushing towards, again, this focal point. Let's focus on something that we can all agree on that's beneficial to the organization. And so we can, I don't know if you guys, if you're available tomorrow, PM me. I'll start a group for us right now. We can start the Telegram chat, one more Telegram channel, yay. We can try to coordinate. But yeah, so I know, any comments on that, or should we
do it tomorrow? What time would that be?
I don't, I'm available all day. I'll be super available. I think it's Sunday for Eve. I imagine he's relatively available. We've got some time zone challenges here between you being, we're all around the globe here, so that'll be interesting. Luca, Dan, or what do you guys like for tomorrow? We can do this. Let's do this offline. We don't have to do it right here. I'll start a Telegram. Let's see if we can coordinate. And if we can make that happen tomorrow, that's a great first step if we can do that.
Sounds great, Chris. Oh, somebody else trying to speak? I guess it's just a random noise. But I was going to say, yeah, sounds great, Chris. And yeah, I'd be happy to meet tomorrow. And the only thing that I have in my schedule for tomorrow is the town hall. So Felix and I co-host Eden Town Halls every Sunday at 16 UTC. And I was also just going to add that I'll be very available to the Eden community throughout the next 3 months, and then for indefinitely long, probably forever. Both in these Eden Town Halls, which we do every Sunday at 16 UTC. So I'd be happy to speak with people there, and then also at the Eden Fractal events every Wednesday at 13 UTC. And it'd be great to speak with everybody there. And then yeah, the thing about scheduling with Eves and the ENF, that sounds great, Chris. And I'm looking forward. Thank you for setting up the group, and I'm looking forward to figuring out time for that and so forth.
Awesome. Okay, thank you for your patience. Those with their hands up. Vincent, you were the first there, so if you want to go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Chris. Just a question that I typed in earlier. Question CDs about sortition. We don't really see sortition. I remember in the first generation, Aaron was not a fan of getting more money. He just didn't understand or didn't see the value of that. And I was curious where the current CDs land there.
Yeah, I can comment. Basically, I don't see the point either. It just feels like it's not deserved, to be honest. So if I get it, I would just return it. The difference back to the treasury, I guess.
So the way it's supposed to this is a code change that's required. So the last set of delegates, so Chuck, Edgar, that group, they ratified the change that was put forward by the previous set that the head chief was not to receive any additional funding. And what's supposed to happen is we're just now all equals, and the funding is meant to be distributed. It just stays in the treasury and it's distributed across the traditional 5, soon to be, if we ratify it, 15% distribution. So it's what you're saying, Luca. There's no additional funding. In terms of sortition in general, I think it's an interesting concept. To me, it's appropriate when you have 5, 6, 7 layers of sorting. Then okay, fine, you can. But right now, I think we have too few layers in this process to really justify the need for sortition, which is meant to protect against capture. This thing isn't captured. There's already other mechanisms that prevent that. And the other thing is the head chief delegate has no additional roles or responsibilities. It's not defined. So it's almost even pointless to have a head chief at this stage. There's no, what do they do? That's not been decided. So that's my view on that one.
I have a question. As a first time being a chief delegate, Michael or anyone from the second Eden CDs, was there any handover procedure from the first generation of Eden CDs?
No,
definitely not.
Not really. We had to figure out our own kind of process. But for you guys, we used to meet on Thursday at 9 a.m. Eastern time. So we'll make ourselves available for you guys on that same time next Thursday. We can all have a big meeting. We can give you all the information you need, hand over any keys and access to accounts and whatever else. And we're always here for any kind of questions you have, or any guidance or advice or whatever. One of the things we wanted to achieve with our term was building these succession plans and building these handover abilities. So it'd be cool to work with you guys to figure out what you need, and then we can maybe package it up, and then the group after you guys will then be able to just receive the package. And then hopefully that will be a process created moving forward.
Awesome. Chuck, I'll give it to you in 1 second. If 8 a.m. Eastern, so that is a
9 a.m. I think it's 1 p.m. UTC, same as the election time today.
No, it'll be an hour earlier, 12 p.m. UTC. So if 12 p.m. UTC works, Dan, so it's a little earlier for us, but then it's not so late for Han. Luca, tomorrow, 12 p.m. UTC?
Yeah, I'm good.
12 p.m. UTC.
Yeah.
Not tomorrow. It's Thursday. Next Thursday was our.
No. I'm talking about talking with Eve. This is the first official ENF meeting. We could have it tomorrow, less than 24 hours from now. And we can live stream it. He's okay with live stream. We can do a live stream. We've got Helios. We can use the channel there because we have StreamYard. So we can do a live event and hit the ground running fast. If that works for you, Han.
Around this time is fine. Is it? I mean,
it'd be 4 hours earlier than now.
It works out. It's 1 a.m. It's 4 hours early. It's 9 p.m. It totally works out for me.
Awesome. Okay, let's do it. We'll put it in the books. I'll get us scheduled. I'll need everyone's. We've got a Telegram. Let's not worry about these logistics here. But everyone who is listening and you want to participate or listen and ask questions, this would be a live thing. You can ask questions, and we could have a first positive meeting. Okay, Chuck, go ahead.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting that, Chris. You just sort of, yeah. I put my hand up for the discussion about probably 40 minutes ago about what the intention of the bylaws might have been. If you're looking for that discussion, you're going to have to watch some video because we talked about it at length in our chief delegates calls. I'm going to lower my hand now. Our prime consideration, knowing what we know now, is leave the code the fuck alone as much as possible. And we don't need to redesign Eden. It works very, very well as an onboarding and election system. And I'm a firm proponent of not screwing with the induction process or the election system in the least, because it's a waste of resources, and you'll probably end up, well, first of all, it's a really elegant blockchain integration right now. It shows what you can do with Eden contracts. This is coming from the designers of the system, and it shows you what is possible, or just scratching the surface of what is possible with EOS.io contracts and integrations with other software. And it's really cool because people like using blockchain interactions when they work. And that's one thing. You can change your mind on you can execute transactions on EOS so fast that you can have an hour timer on an election. On Ethereum, you would have like a week timer on an election like this. But we can do these kind of things in EOS simply because of the strength of the system. So the stuff that's been written for us already, I strongly recommend not messing with it. On the other hand, there are things that can be improved upon, but it's basically building out from the system that we have right now. Let this system arrive at who the elected representatives are, and then build out from there. Now, in terms of what we were thinking about with the bylaw to increase the distribution to 15%, one of the things that Michael and well, all of us were talking about was the need to have basically liquid funds within EOS, within Eden, that the chief delegates can use for Eden operations. There's capital expenditures that have to happen in order for this to work. And one of the key principles, I hate going back to, the original religious writings on this organization, but if I'm referring back to More Equal Animals, and Dan's vision of how this was going to work, you can't expect incoming representatives to give a shit about what came before them. We have, sorry for my language. No, I'm not really sorry. You can't expect incoming people to have any care for keeping up with what came before them, because we're, in a 10,000 person organization, some of these people don't have any idea what came before them. They can't be expected to have the same level of care, which means that you need an organization such as Clarion, who's going to be there tending to it so that it keeps going while you have elected representatives who don't care. We have to give these people the freedom to not care about it. That's what I'm saying. You can't be putting in elected representatives and then throwing the entire weight of the organization on their shoulders. The organization has to be able to hum along without their participation in that. They have oversight over it, sure, but they can't be expected to be the ones who are running it day to day. And what we saw as chief delegates this time, and yes, this is the first generation of us having responsibility for these things, and still the Fractally team was in the background helping out. They made things happen even today in the background that went unappreciated. But if that is all going to be handed over to Eden needs to really think about how that's going to be managed. So what we wanted to do with these circles was to identify like critical circles, such as our infrastructure, our voting mechanism, and our official communications. And those were 3 circles that we identified as being absolutely critical to Eden's operation, Eden's autonomous operation. Those have to work irrespective of who the chief delegates are. Because we might have just elected 4 chief delegates, and we didn't, but we might have just elected 4 chief delegates who would have zero inclination to spend their funding on Eden operations. That could have happened. It didn't, thankfully. But the point of this 15% increase is that we now have the ability to have more money so that the chief delegates can choose to spend their money on this. And to go back into what was sort of in our minds, there was going to be too much money flowing around with 15%. And you would have to then decide that you were going to stream it into more sensible buckets. That was what I was thinking. And I know that we were talking about having funded circles that came directly out of Treasury. And that's going to take coding, and it's going to take some forethought, for sure. But that has to be planned out. But an unintended consequence, and I have to say this is unintended, but it just occurred to me the other day, was that we don't have to wait till the next generation of chief delegates to actually put that code into place. You guys can decide to do it right now. You guys can decide that technical or capital expenditures or operations or whatever, it does, screw the circles idea. You guys have to decide that there are non-negotiables in Eden that need to be funded, and they need to be funded by Eden, not appeals to the network, not appeals to the ENF. They have to be funded by Eden, and they can't be funded by reliance on chief delegates' goodwill, because that goodwill at some point might not be there. So you have to set it up so that it's automatic. If it means creating a bond so that you have a corporation running, say Dow services as a service, that's something that is, you could put a bid out there so that you have a corporation handle all of these assets and then allow Eden to use them and facilitate Eden's use of them and change accounts and everything, so that new people coming in would get permissions on those accounts when they need to and stuff like that. That's all stuff you have to think about. But I strongly encourage you to think about 15% disbursement, as it's called. That's just a payout from Treasury to wherever. That can go to elected delegates exclusively 15%, but I guarantee you, within one generation, you're going to want to change that to a coded savings account. I'm done.
That's well said, Chuck. I don't disagree with you. I think that's the problem. If we just rely on picking the right CDs every time so we can fund these necessary bits, we run a risk. Mo.
Well, just to tack on to what Chuck was saying, then continue the thought. I think Luca's proposal for forking the ENF's RFP system for Eden is a great argument for maintaining the delegate and chief delegate pay as is, and utilizing the 10% increase for the chief delegates to choose what circles, projects, or proposals to fund throughout their term. So basically, yeah, in agreement with everything that Chuck was saying. I'll keep it short and sweet.
Yeah, thanks, Mo. Do you have any, since you're talking, any questions, any else that you're curious about?
No, everything seems good so far. I'm looking forward to seeing what these chief delegates do for us and applaud the ones that came before them.
Right on. Thanks, Mo. Douglas.
Thank you, Mo.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide the counterpoint. So there is there's a disunderstanding or a disharmonious communication and understanding about what CDs do with the money, right? I originally in the first election ran under a plan of I'm giving away all my money, right? I'm spending all the money if I were to win on this Meta Eden repo where we can share ideas on GitHub in an open source way. I was told by, I don't remember who, but I was presented the counterpoint like, hey, you need to be paid for your time, you need to do it. And I've evolved my understanding to believe that the CDs need to be paid for their time. And now that we have these outside funding mechanisms like Pomelo, there are other options. So I see it as an organizational, not like Eden organization, but how we can organize together to attack these funding opportunities, whether that's a recurring Pomelo grant or whether that's reaching out to Gitcoin, reaching out to other funding mechanisms in a structured kind of unified way. I think that can be really beneficial. But the key point is that we need to get together and figure out what the heck we're doing. And if we don't have that alignment, we're always going to be moving in different directions. And because of that, we're going to have communications which are disharmonious and which just provide noise, which distract us from unifying together towards the goal, which I believe, Chris, you believe in consensus. You believe we're here to improve consensus. Well, we don't have ideological consensus, and until we have that, we cannot prove systemic consensus. So like to finalize, like I'm not a problem person, I'm a solution person. So I have put together a solution and I have shared it. And unfortunately, I didn't get to run this month because apparently I did something wrong. I'm not sure what, but I do want to say like these ideas are completely open source. And if you see something in this vision temple you want to incorporate, please do, as well as make it better, change it. It's open source. So again, I'm going to hammer this point until I feel that we are moving together, until I feel that a majority of the members here are aligned. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, well said, Douglas. I don't think anyone's going to disagree with you, right? One of the comments about the previous and kind of still mission statement of Eden, there's ambiguity in there. Like, what does creating value really mean? It's a loose term, and I totally get your point, man. So let's work on that. Like, this is an iteration, right? Let's just keep hammering on that, and not giving up on the fact that we can improve. So I appreciate your persistence. Any other chief delegates want to respond? I realize I'm doing a lot of talking, so
just real quick, guys. I gotta go. Thank you. Chris, I'll turn it back over to you
for the host. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dominic, for all the great work hosting this. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
The term is only for 3 months, so we gotta be realistic what we want to achieve in given short period of time. So maybe the first thing that you want to do is to put together a list of the things that you wanted to achieve before we move on to the first meeting, and then get things decided as much as possible, what to work on.
Yeah, I mean, at a minimum, we're going to have our own projects, right? I know, Luca, like you mentioned, staying in our lanes, and I think there's that. So it's a good point, right, Han? What do we as a group of chief delegates want to try to achieve? That's arguably not what we pitched per se. So there's a discussion there. And there's also no imposition of doing work. Like I mentioned earlier about action items coming out of the chief delegate meetings. It's not forced. I mean, it's voluntary. So, no one has to be like, it's not, come on, you got to do something for Eden now. You're here. No, it's not forced. It's voluntary. And I don't have a project. So my project is Eden. So I voluntarily am choosing to spend my time and energy, not on a personal project, on Eden. And as long as we have one person doing that, that's probably enough. Like, we can still have forward progress. But to your point, Han, we need to figure out what that actually might look like.
Yep, sounds good. I agree, and I'm also very much running for Eden through the Growth Eden proposal from Jesse and the Eden Fractal. It's super aligned, and it's very much for the Eden community. And then also Douglas, I also wanted to say thank you for sharing your thoughts. I really appreciate you being here. It's unfortunate that the technical error made it so you couldn't. I was following your work and your proposal, and I really appreciate you being with us here right now, and I'm looking forward to working with you more, and then hopefully the next one you'll be able to run and share your proposal more and put that into initiative. And I'm also happy to speak with you often to see how we can integrate these ideas during this term as well.
Awesome. Torben, your hand is up.
Yeah, hey everyone. Firstly, congratulations to the chief delegates, particularly Luca, who I ran against in that last round. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, we had different opinions about community and split consensus. But I know, Luca, you're definitely a guy who gets stuff done. So I'm excited to see what gets done through the CD community. I think my question I have for the chief delegates is kind of around what visions do you maybe have for where Eden's going? Chris, you mentioned, I think it was you, Chris, mentioned like having those brainstorm sessions every 3 or 4 weeks. I think that's a great idea. I think that one of the things I was talking about is kind of like this as a democratic model for future election systems, in the sense that we get to, I mean, we hold a big responsibility to kind of showcase what can happen with a democratic system, and even in the sense that it's not meant to decide on a particular ideology. It's actually about inclusiveness and including everyone from a community perspective. So yeah, I don't know, Chris, you were kind of starting that discussion, I think, when you spoke about like what are we trying to be as an organization, being a bit raising the bar in terms of like professional, I guess, like having project management, all those kind of things. So maybe it's worth starting with you, Chris, but I'd love to know anyone's view of, and there's no decision doesn't have to be made now. It was just what are the options for Eden of where it's going, because its destination helps us decide how we build now. So yeah.
Yeah, good question. Where to start, right? Like in the end, like my focus is to help refine through consensus. Like since we saw in the debate in the members channel that, okay, we've had an election, we've selected CDs, and now I asked the question, well, who gets to decide what the brand and image of Eden is? And one of the answers was, let's have an election for it. Okay, and then the other question was, there was one more. Shit, there was 2 examples I gave. I can't remember, but the other answer was have an election for it. So then it's like, well, what's this election for? Are we not like, how many elections do we need to have? Do we need to have special elections for every single topic or problem that this organization needs to solve? I would argue no. Like we're going to have election fatigue at a minimum. And like we've selected chief delegates now that hopefully have used this process and have been selected by equals in the group, that someone who represents their feelings and their opinions sufficiently enough to represent them. Like that's what we're here for. So it seems to me that a lot of these questions about what should Eden be, what do the chief delegates think? And then from there, it's not what's my idea and what Dan's idea and what does Luca and what does Han think. It could just be, hey, let's have a working group that we try to curate those who, so we've got a circle. One of the circles is the comms circle or the media circle, whatever. And right now, Michael from Bywire is been the appointed lead of that circle. Personally, I think that should be the circle that sort of works on the brand a bit and the curation of what that looks like. And so to me, it's like, as chief delegates, I'm trusted to make a decision that's in the best interest of this community. And so we could, as a group of 4 chief delegates, do we want Michael to take the lead on this action? So the action is define what is the public facing image and brand that Eden should become, so we can represent that on a website that becomes the first thing, the top of funnel to new potential users. This is a decision that needs to be made. It needs to be made through deliberate action. And so I would put forward that this is the point of the circles. This is why we have these circles, because it creates the ability to actually act on something. And so as chief delegates, it's not that we have the answers, it's that we appoint people from the community to then take that and run with it. And so that's my kind of, I don't know if that answers the question, but that's sort of how I see this. And then you chop that into all these other functions that we have. We have a voting, we need to have this election, that's a function. Do chief delegates do it? No, but hopefully we're sufficiently trusted and able to select someone who can from within the community using an RFP process, whether we fork the ENF GitHub repo. Yeah, to me, that seems like a little more work because we can just do what has done previously in terms of a Google Doc and people submit and it's public and all the submissions become known and it's a transparent process. But I'm open to seeing what makes sense. But like, let's have a circle take this and then run with it. And then they can work on it and come up with the answers. And then so Michael might say, okay, he's got the lead. He's going to take this in terms of the brand identity as one of the things. Eden members, I'm going to set up a call. Here's the time. Whoever wants to contribute and brainstorm this, let's work on what that might be. He might choose to bring in someone like Gavriel Shaw or Waxa from the Helios group, not to shill Helios, But those two guys are really, really good at brand identity and incubating projects. Douglas is nodding his head. He's seen what Gabriel and Waxa do on our incubator session. And again, I'm not trying to show Helios. They're just good at it. So like we should leverage them to help define what this organization's trying to do. Let's incubate Eden. Let's use the resources that we have. And that would be a decision that I would trust Michael to make. I don't need to decide that. I trust Michael as the media lead. If he wants to just come up with an idea, okay, let's see what he's got. If he thinks, no, I'd like to use and use some of the people we have to come up with that, even better. I expect that's probably what he'd do because that's what I think. I could be wrong. I don't know. But that's like, to me, that's how this works. That's how it scales.
Yeah, sounds really good. Thanks, Chris. Yeah.
Douglas, I feel like you want to say something.
No, I don't. I was just twisting this so it probably makes me look anxious. Sorry.
Yeah, you look like he wants to say something. He's waiting. All right.
I'm listening. I've said a lot of stuff, so I'm absorbing others' ideas now. Thank you, and I love your ideas. They're great, and I'm grateful that you are here as well as the other chief delegates to lead us forward in this term. And I look forward to seeing how we grow in the next 3 months.
Awesome, Gabriel. I saw you came off camera for a second. I mentioned you. Maybe you have a thought on that.
I'm actually traveling between a little town in Panama back to Panama City, but enjoying the conversation. And I just noted Douglas' comment in the chat saying Gav is a beast. I think maybe he needs to justify his assertion there.
No, you're a beast at like organizing ideas and everything I've seen as far as getting funding. And I am in the incubator program, and we're working through improving our pitches to investors. And right now I feel like we do need funding. I think that's well defined. And in my ideal version of the world, I'm this guy who can create tokenomic systems which use biomimeticness to generate value from nothing. But I also understand that we do exist in this traditional world with all these structures. And when I say you're a beast, I think that you have extreme capability to utilize the current funding mechanisms to bring us more value into Eden to help us grow further. So I would like to see more of your ideas and your value go through here. And that maybe that's through the current CDs or things like that. But yeah, you're a beast. And thank you for all that you do and for all that your help that you're giving us in Incubator.
All right. Well, so I mean, any comments from Han, Luca, Dan on just what Torben's question was?
I mean, Eden as a process is a democratic process that delegates decision-making power to chief delegates. Right now the chief delegates are empowered to allocate the funds, right? But then decision-making can have many things beyond just fund allocation. So if you think about, we are representing so many people in the previous rounds who delegated their power to CDs by voting us. We are in a position to provide representing the community. Maybe we can show the direction where it has to go. So I think, Eden being a part of larger community of what you call EOS DAO, the bigger EOS token holders community. I think we have to, it's my personal thoughts, we have to think about how Eden's decision-making power can help for the growth of the EOS community for the bigger picture. So like, I think it is important to keep what kind of relationship we can have with ENF, because ENF is actually the core organization that actually make things happen. So maybe we can feed ENF what community thinks with the when I say what community thinks, it's represented by the votes from those who participated. So that's the one thing. And the second thing that I wanted to add is, this fractal democracy process as a fractal democracy can be many things for many things, many different things. So I think, Korean Eden community and Chinese Eden community has suffered a lot to fork the code to develop its own, Eden community. So I think it can be packaged so that maybe different DAO can adopt the Eden process for their internal governance. So that could be one of the goals that I think of, because Eden, this process can be different things for many different things for different purpose.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds really good, Han. Yeah. Really, really good.
And this is something that we can put our intentions into the universe. And if we're going to try to use that Haifa tool, and it's a DAO builder. It helps to organize DAOs, but maybe the next step is to take the Eden process and embed that into one of the consensus options within Haifa. And that might be something that would really, who knows, right? Maybe let's bring Haifa over to EOS. Let's that's some, I mean, not that we need to, but let's like try to make, I don't know how to, this is the one thing I've always, it's off topic, but it's like IBC, right? It's like Telos has applications, EOS has applications. Do we need to take an application from Telos and port it over to EOS so you have two instantiations? Or can they, through IBC, just work together? And it's not about picking one chain or the next. It's arguably off topic, but I think the key here is that the process that you're saying, Han, is the consensus mechanism. Let's get that into the world. And that's the whole point about this website. We're going to share this idea and this thing that we can do. What do people, why join Eden? Well, because you're participating in what should be the future of democracy. Like those of us who are in Eden are here because of the book More Equal Animals. Well, not necessarily, but arguably because of the values in that book about democracy is broken. I think we can all, I think those in this room probably all agree that there's issues with modern democracy. And this Eden process is a potential solution. Let's get that into the schools. Let's get that being taught to kids in grade 5. Like, let's break down this idea that democracy as it stands today in the world, that's the pinnacle of human consensus and how we can organize ourselves. It's absolutely not. It's broken. It's corrupted. We know it for many, many reasons, which are highlighted in Dan's book. So it's to your point. Let's get this into the world. And I think we can do that in 3 months. When you asked earlier, Han, what do we do in 3 months? I think we can easily create a new image for Eden and why we're here, and a compelling reason why we want to bring new people into this organization to participate. Mo, your hand is up.
First thing I wanted to say that I think you were the one speaking on the subject with answering Torben's question about the chief delegates. There's a lot of weight that's being put on the chief delegates. There's really no reason why this has to be other than because we're choosing to have it this way, and the delegates are disappearing and not contributing to further the conversation or coordinating with each other. I think that should also be something to keep in mind, that the delegates can coordinate with each other, can create circles, can propose ideas to move forward and add to Eden. There's no reason why they have to disappear into the background, and all of the weight has to be placed on the chief delegate's shoulders. That's one. Then I also wanted to add on to what Han was saying, that the delegation of power to the chief delegates is not just for the distribution of funds. That's something else that people have kind of, or at least a segment of the Eden members have leaned into, Eden being a WPS. I don't view it that way. I don't think that was ever the idea. I think we were supposed to be a governance structure for EOS. When things occur in the ecosystem, there's no reason why the chief delegates can't take a position, reach a consensus. And this is to what you were saying earlier about the head chief delegate not having a role really. I wanted to speak on that and say that the head chief delegate should be the speaker of the chief delegates at the very least. If there's no real other role that they're fulfilling, one thing that can be said is that they should be speaking for the chief delegates. The conclusions or whatever the idea, the accords that are reached, the agreements that are reached, they should be voiced by the head chief delegate. There's a reason why there's that role. When issues emerge in the ecosystem, Eden should take a stance, should take a position, and should allow for the greater EOS ecosystem to see us as having a position that's representing part of them. That'll give them more confidence in what Eden is doing, or less, depending on what side of the issue they stand on. But at least we're taking a stance and adding to our presence or else we're going to be forgotten.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Mo, I know that I'd be open to that as a delegate. I was signing some of my funds for further promotion of Eden. I promoted Eden at Government Blockchain Association in DC in May. So I'll be using some of the funds for that, but I'm also happy to kind of work with the chief delegates in some way around how Han was saying, like this Eden platform and towards democracy, or any other kind of voting system, because they have the ear of the voting associations that approve systems. And so this can also be another play for what Eden can become. So.
You made an interesting comment, Mo, about Eden having like a voice, right? What is Eden needs to have an opinion on larger governance issues, perhaps, and just in EOS blockchain, right? What is Eden's opinion? Some people have put forward the idea that that's against the philosophy of Eden. Eden cannot have a unified voice because it's a group of unique individuals striving for unique and individual independence. I think that Eden can have a voice. We've selected a set of chief delegates. We are the temporary for the next 3 months. We are the democratically, properly elected voice of this community. If we didn't carry with us the voice of those who got us here, then the system's broken. And I don't think it is broken. So I think we as the 4 chief delegates can in fact be the temporary voice of Eden. And if they don't like it, you can call a snap election. No way. He just said something that's totally wrong. Do we all agree? Yes, terrible, mutiny. Snap election. It's in the contract. It can. I don't know if it'll work, but it's there. And good thing we have a tech team like Adenia to help us work through this stuff and maybe refine how these processes are all actually put into action. But yeah, I'm with you. I think we should have a voice. I think there should be an official Twitter handle of the Eden Chief Delegates. We don't have that. There is an Eden on EOS Twitter handle that's currently under the control of Annabella, who isn't here today, not participating, yet she holds that Twitter account. I don't see that as being the official voice of the chief delegates. It's a Twitter account that it's been used. There's other Twitter accounts. There's Eden EOS Twitter account. There's lots of, anybody can have a Twitter account, but I think there can only be one Twitter account that is the voice of the chief delegates. I think we should create that. I think that's one of the things we should do. The owner of that Twitter account, who owns it, is a question that comes up. I think should be whoever we appoint as chief delegates to be the lead of the media circle. That can be an actual entity, a legal entity that we then trust with ownership. If people, then the argument, oh, what if they just take that account and leave? Okay, fair. Maybe they put up a bond. Maybe right now Michael is the media lead. He has the Odyssey channel that's been used. I think that's great. I trust Michael personally as a chief delegate, but if there's concerns that he could take that channel for his own nefarious gain and steal it from the community, quote unquote, well, then maybe he puts up a bond and the chief delegates hold that under MSIG. And that becomes a bit of security for the risk that he might take away with this, run away with this IP that we could say belongs to the DAO. And then someone will say, oh, DAOs can't own anything. Okay, fair. But again, did the chief delegates have a defined unique voice? I think we do. I just think we hand the ownership of that to someone we trust. So there's something to be discussed, but that's certainly my view on how we can still have assets as a DAO without actually the DAO having the asset. We give it to individuals who can have assets.
Right. I kind of see it like canary in how it's called, canary in the mine, right? So if somebody steals that is trusted, isn't that kind of good? So we know they just stole them like a media account, which it can be recreated. It's not real money in any serious sense. So I see it just fine, just take it. You will never be voted on again. So we will know.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It will be worth it if we're successful. Go ahead, Mo. Yeah.
I was just going to say, this is why it's important to have a reputational system where we're tracking the level of trust that's allotted to each individual. Right now, we're 66 people, I believe, that we showed up for this election out of 400 and something. I don't think anyone here can name all of the individuals in Eden right now, and we're nowhere near 10,000. So there has to be a way to keep track of how much trust each individual has and who we're going to allow to hold.
I think Mo froze.
He froze, yeah. I think who we're going to allow to hold to account. there has been a solution put forward on his point. It's the NFTs, the badges. So that's something that Chuck is working on. And basically it's the idea of we could have a website dashboard that's tied into the work that Edgar's working on, which the financial background and financial accountability. But maybe as we participate, we've all participated in this election, we get an NFT, and it's a non-transferable NFT, and it's associated with our account. And then if there's a website that you can go to, that you can click on all the different members, and you can see, oh, what badges do they have? Oh, this person hasn't done anything. They're not showing up in elections. They're not, right? And so we can that would be one way to do that in a way, is start to create some accountability using NFTs as a non-transferable, a bit of a utility token in that respect.
Yeah, and then I don't know if you want to say something more, but just to add on to that, we also have Eden Respect too, which is a token on chain on EOS that is being distributed programmatically after every Eden Fractal meeting according to the Fibonacci ratio. So I imagine that over time we'll keep doing this, and that will provide a truer and truer representation of who's helping the community most by showing up to events. And then we can also add more events as well with more kinds of respect to help measure this for different purposes and so forth for Eden. There's a question in the chat too. I don't know if I should go to it now. Do you have any more comments on that, Mo, or does anybody have any more comments on this?
No, I think that's great. What we were doing, or one of the tokens that we envisioned, was the gotcha. That I think would act somewhat like the respect token that you're mentioning, Dan. But yeah, that's great. That's just another way to add and give another facet to the contributions and participation of the members.
Right. Yeah, I agree. And I heard somebody say
I think one of the core value proposition that Eden process can give to the community is integrity. I mean, those participants in the process, they all reveal their face, and then so far, we know that pretty much all of us participating in the process is someone pretty much trustworthy, like pretty much, like we know each other, like we know what you've been doing. So I think this has to be way more empowered. And I think, as just Chris said before, chief delegates has to represent those people who reveal the face and to speak up their voice for the community, right? To make that happen in the long haul, I think we need to have some sort of dashboard or governance portal that is that anyone, so that it can put up a poll for any topics, governance topics, and also for the fund allocation and all of that. So I think that's one of the ways that we wanted to go. And at the moment, Eden community doesn't have to have any power, but I think if he ends up, getting the voting power from those exchanges, it's gonna be very important, this Eden community. So any of those people who wants to engage with the community with the integrity and sincere heart, I think it's going to be very powerful. And I think that's the moment where EOS becomes set itself aside from all the other different altcoins, because it has legitimate way to represent the community, and it has a way better position for SEC hammering. So we are in a very good position in the whole crypto industry. So we gotta aim for that. That's what I wanted to say.
Yep. Absolutely. Hey, just a small housekeeping piece. Han and Dan, at some point, please check your Telegram for a channel I created for us. Just need to get your email addresses so I can get the invite for tomorrow morning's call with Eve.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Thank you, Chris. I'll check that out after this call. And also, I suppose it'd be good to go back to, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I think it's Jayan. Sorry for mispronouncing, but Jayan said that their microphone isn't working, I believe, but they would appreciate taking the questions as well. So that was kind of about the previous topic. about the CD voice. China was saying, but what happens when a CD is replaced and the new CD takes another voice? And then also there could be contradiction in the voices, so it can create confusion. I suppose I'll also add my thoughts here too. So I think that with the Eden process, we have a legitimate democratic process, but legitimacy and the amount of the amount of democracy, the amount that our process helps us find the true will of the community, that's all a spectrum, kind of like how people say decentralization is a spectrum too. So it's not just you're legitimate, you're decentralized, you're democratic or not. And I think that we can become much more both decentralized and more democratic and more legitimate than we currently have Eden. I think one thing that we did that made it more legitimate or more democratic in many ways is cutting the election time in half, because when you think about it, like right now we have an hour room once every 3 months or once every 6 months, we get to elect the person to make decisions on your behalf for the community. And that's great. It's much better than the former so-called democratic processes where you go to a big booth and then you vote amongst millions of people and you put your vote in a booth or whatever in a box. You get to speak with people and so forth. And we have this great process where we have the political playoffs and so forth, but it's still just once every 3 months or so forth. And I think this also speaks to what you were saying too, Mo, and what we were talking about with how the NFTs can help and also the Eden Respect can help people know each other when there are thousands of people in the group. I think one thing that really helps is meeting more often. Meeting more often with, I've been meeting more often with the Fractally Genesis group every week for the past 4 months, 5 months now. And it's been amazing. You get to know people so much more than ever before I had in the EOS community, and same with the Eden Fractal. And I imagine that over time we can both get to know each other much better, and we will get to know all of each other much better. And then also, and bringing this back to the point, because I feel like I kind of went off a little bit on a tangent from what John was saying, but I feel like that will help provide a more cohesive voice for us, because when we're speaking more often and we have more elections to provide more legitimacy and so forth, then everybody will be more on board with the voice going forward. Obviously, it'll take time, and in the meantime, there probably will be some confusion, and we'll just do our best that we can, both in the current time and then to create a better future.
Yeah. The one thing about the voice and the transition, that is a totally great point, right? We as new chief delegates come in, then what? So this is one of the ideas of the circles, again, going back to these roles that persist outside of the election, is that right now, for example, Michael has the role of media. So an election has taken place, new chief delegates have come in. If Michael was he has the website IP, we can call it, right? He's got the power to change the website and update it. The next election would take place. You would hopefully, if you didn't like the voice, you didn't like the messaging there, you would run on that. It would be part of your pitch, like future chief delegates or delegates as we're going through an election. One of the things you should state is whether you're happy with Michael and how he's been handling the Twitter account and the website. Are you happy with Dominic running the elections based on? Are you happy with Adenia doing that? It becomes part of your pitch. And if it turns out that no, I don't think you should move forward because I think whoever the CD is needs to change. I don't like that person. That's how you, again, use the process to arrive at consensus as to carry forward your voice to the chief delegates to then enact it. But it's, again, enacted through these persistent roles that the chief delegates can oversee and decide who fills those roles. That's where I think we do it. If we don't have these roles, these persistent roles, then it does become every new election, we've got new people and it just changes. And okay, well, who from this new set of CDs is going to run the election? Who's going to take care of the code? What if no one makes it? Who wants to do either of those things? Well, now we're done. I mean, how do we move forward? So again, it's like another, I think, another reason why these roles are so important, these persistent roles outside of the election.
I mean, yeah, I think we don't even have to wait till an election to change these people. If someone's not happy with Michael, for example, not to pick on Michael, but on Michael's handling of the media, there's no reason why they should wait until or run on the idea of changing the media lead. They can just present a proposal like Luca was talking about and have the chief delegates decide that, well, he's right. Michael's not doing a good job. Let's go with this other proposal. There's no reason why we need to be
100%.
What's the word, complacent between these 3-month elections. Things should be happening. People should be thinking about what they can contribute. This is to Dan's point about the fractals meeting, the fractal meetings. People are getting together and doing things. I suppose I haven't attended any of them yet, but I assume that they're doing things and getting respect for doing them, meeting each other. But things are happening between these 3-month periods. We should, the idea of having these circles, same thing. We're getting things done by people that are voluntarily joining together to accomplish the shared goals. We should keep that going. That should be a great goal to have.
Yep, exactly. And if there's communication ongoing between elected delegates and those who elected them, that should happen ongoing. We don't need to have another election to have communication filter upward.
That's one thing I did immediately after the last election and the election before that, which was one of the idea I'll contribute to Zach, who came up with the idea that we create a Telegram channel or a group and have the people that were in the meeting and in our meeting get together and maintain communication with the delegate, with the elected official. So I did that the last election as well, and I would push for everyone to do the same thing. Stay in contact with your delegates and continue to ask what they're doing and give them ideas if they're not doing anything.
Great idea. Okay. Patrick.
Yeah, the circle leads are fully accountable to the CDs. They have owner permission and can remove a lead at any time. That's fine, because that's the circle inside Eden. But around Eden on EOS, we have also other circles. So we have Eden Fractal, for example. And there we have an MSIG between all the people that have chosen to be into this Eden Fractal as active permission keys with their account and owner permission keys. And we have an MSIG there. And we are contributing. So that's not only circles into Eden on EOS that can help Eden on EOS to go forward. It's all about us. So that would be very encouraging if each Eden member that is here today, and maybe for them that are not here today, but if they could join the other circles like Eden Fractal. And by doing so, we are also raising our ideas, our voice to go through to the chief delegates, and then the chief delegates will come unified with a voice to represent the community. That for me also to have a good voice. And about the website, if there is an official or Twitter account for the Eden chief delegates, perfect, but that doesn't stop us as a community also to push the message, to have also our channels, to do our things, to continue to do our things. Because if we count all on the CDs, and there is 3 months, that's very fast. We have to iterate fast, the things are going fast. We have not to be in a status of waiting and see. We have to sustain them. We have to be behind them. That's what I want to see into this next 3 months. A community of people together pushing in the same direction for something great, because we know it's great. And we don't have the response of at all. There will be some disagreement. It's impossible to not have. There will be always some disagreement, but we want to see EOS, Eden on EOS, going forward, circulate more EOS also. Don't be dependent of other entities, for example, ENF. ENF sure could fund us better, sure. But before they fund us, we have also to grow the value of the circles, show that we have a lot of values. After that, the ENF will take that also in better consideration to fund something. And before that, we can sustain us between us. With Pomelo funds, for example, if you have some Pomelo funds, it's up to you. Clearly, I speak for me, but it's up to you. You can decide, okay, I have some fun with Pomelo. I give some of my funds to those guys because I want to sustain them. Is it right to do so? Yes, I think it's right, because that shows also that you want to do something great on the project that you believe, like Grow Eden by Jesse Jaffe, Eden Fractal by Dan Sinjoy and Felix Ruiz. So, and we come all together. That's the point, and not stay on your chair and waiting that all is going better. No, we have to act tomorrow. Already tomorrow, we have to be very engaged together. That's we are a community. That's what I want to state here. And don't be just focused on the circles into Eden. Very important. There are other circles around, and we have to use them. Don't forget them. And have many channels, have many Twitter accounts.
Yep, the circle idea doesn't take away from that. It's just the idea that you can, is there such a thing as a unified chief delegate Twitter account? And so that's, there would only be one of those. That's where there won't be many of those. There would only be one. And I think that's one of the first things we should do as chief delegates. We can discuss that in Telegram if we want to set that up, pick one, and then that becomes our voice. We hand that, we would have access as CDs. We give the owner though, to whoever we appoint to that circle lead. And then as chief delegates transition after each election, we don't have to worry about handing over the ownership to somebody else. It's like, no, Michael has it, circle lead has it, chief delegates come and go. And if they—
That's the good point. That's the good point.
Yeah.
That's the good point. The continuity.
Exactly. This is what those who followed the last set of chief delegates, the biggest, hey, what are we doing here? Where's the continuity? Who's helping us walk through what have we been handed here, right? It's a hot mess. So at least now, I think this will be smoother, and we have great communication between past chief delegates and current, and I think we'll have nice transition.
Very confident, very happy of
20
that.
seconds. Michael's doing the countdown. 2 minutes till head chief delegate. The symbolic position that has no authority. Or Mo mentioned like maybe the head chief delegate should be the spokesperson.
So inflate the balloon. Inflate the balloon.
Inflate the balloon.
In the meantime, while the clock is counting, I just wanted to let you know, I'm the only Asian person in the CD, and then I just wanted to represent the Korean community, how much effort Korean community has been putting together to fork local Korean Eden community. And I'm so proud that the Max and Brian and Sang-Yong and this core Eden Korean community member has successfully working on that to make that happen. I'm so proud of that. And then also wanted to appreciate Max Cho for make this Eden election happening in the behind the curtain. So managing all the smart contract on bare hand. So just kudos for Max Cho and Korean community. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne.
And thank you, Max, and thank you, Han.
Yeah, this is a very geographically diverse set of chief delegates. We got a Canadian, American, Korean. Luca, I forget what you are, but you're somewhere over in the middle.
Slovenia.
All right. Perfect.
The best country in the world.
Europe, all right.
The biggest one, yeah.
After Canada.
Luca, can you represent for Europe?
Yeah, sure. I can try.
There you go.
I speak for the whole Europe. So
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
I mean, I got Spain.
5,
Drum roll,
4,
please.
3, 2, 1,
0.
Happy New Year.
Go!
All right, here we got.
I'm
not even on the page.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm not sure where to load
Max
it.
is making the survey.
Luca.
Congratulations.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, no.
I want to thank you. I want to thank you, the algorithm.
It's Luca.
The big alga. that selected me.
Nice. Yeah, baby.
Congratulations.
Speech,
Bravo.
speech for the head chief.
You have a head chief delegate. Nice.
Speech.
I don't know. I didn't prepare
Sing
anything.
something. Sing something.
You're going to transfer the difference right to
Yeah.
the treasury now, correct?
Sure.
He's
No
not
pressure.
convinced. He's
Why,
not
why
convinced.
wouldn't I? I'm very convinced. This is
Yeah.
what I said. This is why I said it in front, so that there will not be any questions later. But yeah, thank you everyone. I will not speak much on top of in the name of Eden. As you all know, I'm kind of into split consensus. So from my view, Eden Chief was basically selected so they can represent different Edens, right? So we can have like chiefs of different Edens and just be represented by one person. So, but for now we don't have that. So other Edens are still struggling. I think it's great that Han wants to help most different Edens stand up as well. So yeah, I think it will not be needed in this 3 months. So, but maybe later.
You raise a good point. That is a function for the head chief. That's a good one. It could be something that goes in the bylaws. That could be something that, because it should potentially be a defined role. Maybe not, but it wouldn't be the worst of all the things to end up there.
I think the idea was that they could provide like a key for like a global community, right, of Edens, and you can put all the chief delegates into this multi-sig, and they will provide like a God's powers or something like that. I think those were the ideas, but right now they're not. I don't see them as relevant, to be honest. But yeah, still, thank you to Algorithm.
Yeah, very true. This is great. It's been a bit of a marathon. We've been going, this stream has been open for 5 hours now. Yeah, 5 hours ago, started the stream.
Yeah.
Those who've made it this far, congrats. I hope you watch this at double speed. Save yourself some time. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of the end. Any final words? Do you want to go through chief delegates? Dan, anything you want to say before we close up?
Sure. Yeah. Congratulations, Luca, on being the head chief delegate. And yeah, I think there's also a lot of interesting discussions too. And we kind of brought it up here and there, but Luca was talking about split consensus and global consensus and different voices. So we'll have lots of interesting discussions going forward here. And I'm really excited for the next few months and much longer and working with you all. So yeah, I'll just keep it short and just say thanks again, everybody, so much for joining us and participating in the third official Eden election. Congratulations to everybody, and thank you for your support. And yeah, thank you, and looking forward to doing lots of awesome stuff for True Democracy and Eden and EOS. Thank you.
Well said.
Thank you, Dan.
I mean, this is what fractal democracy gives us. I mean, nobody can disagree with the result. I mean, because it is so clear, and then this is so, it's just genuinely make everybody happy. So there's nothing cheat or anything. And this 3-month term, I think it is very important in the history of EOS because in September we have many big things coming out, and then there's maybe some good things that you want to do within this critical timing. So I'm really happy that I have this opportunity to work with Luca, Dan, Chris, and I try to do my best self. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Han.
Thank you.
So the next election will be somewhere around October 8th, 9th, somewhere in there. So as you say, September is arguably a big month for the EOS ecosystem, and we'll have the honor to serve during that transition when the EVM happens and so many other things, hopefully too. So yeah, thanks to everyone, those who've stuck around this whole show. It's a long one. That's great. And hopefully we make you guys proud and we do something awesome for Eden. We create something that's going to be memorable and we get ourselves out there. Let's put our stamp on the world here and let the crypto community and the broader community know that we're here and there's something special here. And it's up to us to take this baton that we've been handed from the first 2 sets of CDs and run with it. Take it a little further down the road. We don't have to have all the answers. We don't have to, the race isn't never going to end, but we're definitely going to advance the cause. And I think we've got the right folks to do it.
Okay, perfect,
Absolutely.
guys.
Well
All right.
Perfect.
Awesome. Excellent.
Let's hear tomorrow, basically. So
yeah, let's do it again. Yeah, and we're going to be back here. So those, follow along. We'll have a live stream. It looks like we're all committed to be 1200 UTC or 12 p.m. UTC tomorrow. So we'll do live stream from the Helios YouTube channel just because it works. We're not trying to monopolize eyeballs, but it's set up. So we'll just use what works and what we have right now. And we'll have the first official discussion between Eden chief delegates and the ENF, and hope we'll work on a really strong, positive, collaborative relationship that again propels what we are for the benefit of the network.
Excellent. Looking forward to it very much.
Okay. Bye-bye, everybody.
thank you, everybody. Bye.
Super. Go Ian. Go EOS.
Go EOS.
Oh, yeah.